Bring the meeting to order. Great. Welcome everybody to the June 21st ADR meeting. We have a very long agenda this evening as we are trying to get a bunch of projects to the next stage for all the various applicants. We want to make sure we have a relatively speedy process while giving everyone their due time. There are a couple of projects that I need to recuse myself from because they're very close to my residence, but we'll deal with that in time. For those of you who have not been to an ADR meeting before, or those that have, just to remind you, the way this works is when a project starts and it's brought up on the agenda, the town presents it for a minute or two, then the owner and or their project team presents it in more depth, where the ADR can ask questions of them. After that, we open it up to the public for any neighbor or any other interested party in the public can comment for up to 3 minutes on a project. And then we bring it back to the ADR to make recommendations to the town council. Before we go on to the other agenda items, there's an open time for public comment. If anyone wants to make any comments on things that are not on the agenda for this evening, for up to 3 minutes, this is your time. And if not, we can proceed to the approval of the May 17th minutes. I have read them, and as far as my comments on the project, they all seem correct. Does anyone else want to second the approval or make any comments or changes?
Hey, Mark, maybe we'll do a quick ADR introduction after.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm Mark Kruchnet and a Ross resident.
Hi, I'm Laura Dewar, a Ross resident.
I'm Joey
Mark,
Buckingham, Ross resident.
Yep, Mark Fritz, same.
And Steven Sutro.
Thanks. Sorry about that, Mark. And would anyone else like to either approve or ask that we amend the May 17th minutes?
I just wanted to point out that there weren't any notes on the conceptual design review for 40 Madrona. I don't know if they're supposed to be, but there weren't any of our comments on there.
I can address that. Thank you. I did the minutes for the first time and I looked at old minutes and there weren't notes for any conceptual items. So I'm happy to put notes in moving forward.
I don't know, actually. I just noticed there weren't any and was just bringing it up, but I'm not sure how it's done, so.
Okay, I can add notes if that's helpful.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty sure we used to do that because then we refer back to them, you know, when it comes through for a formal review. If
Okay.
someone went through conceptual, then we can, it reminds us of what we told them, or there's a record of what we told them during the conceptual.
Okay,
Yeah, it'd be
moving
helpful for
forward.
those of you who weren't, I wasn't at the meeting, so it would be helpful for me to be able to review those minutes as well.
Okay, noted, and moving forward, there will be notes.
Okay. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you.
And as far as the other agenda items, are you okay with those that were at the meeting? Are you okay with the write-up?
It seemed fine to me.
Okay, so those are approved. And now for 1 Hilgert, I'm actually going to have to recuse myself. So Joey's going to lead the meeting here for this agenda item. To you, Joey.
Yep. Okay, so Rebecca, would you like to present this project to all of us?
I would. Okay, can you guys see the screen for planning application? Can you see my notes or is it
Yeah.
just the screen?
Oh,
Just
just
the
the
screen.
deck.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good evening. The project before you tonight is located at 1 Hilgert Drive. The property is about 15,444 square feet. It is smaller than required for the zoning district and has a slope of 16.7%. So therefore, it is not considered a hillside lot. The applicant is requesting approval to demolish the existing single-family residence, detached garage and outbuilding, and construction of a new 4,142 square foot single-family home. The project includes applications for demolition, design review, and variances. The staff report, just to note, included that there was an ADU proposed in this project. However, there is not an ADU as part of this project. I think it's important to note that, or mention that the applicants have received different information along the way regarding how to calculate floor area and what counts towards existing floor area. And the architect tonight will elaborate more in his presentation on that. A little history on the project. It was submitted in October of 2020 and reviewed at the ADR in December of 2020. Some of the comments that were made by the ADR members included that the project should not exasperate nonconformities. The house as designed was too big, reduced the visual mass and size, and some articulation to the modern design. Since December, the applicant has worked with staff and their architect on the plans that are before you tonight. The project proposes a new single-family dwelling that is 4,142 square feet, where 3,342 square feet exists. The project requires demolition, design review, and a variance. And, excuse me, tonight staff has received comments from 3 Hilgert concerned with having enough screening between the properties to mitigate the new home. And they are requesting that screening planting commence prior to construction. The property owners at 5 and 7 Hilgert are concerned with the size of the proposed home. They think it is out of character with the neighborhood, and the amount of total floor area is too much. The property owner at 17 Norwood also opposes the project, specifically the lot coverage and variance to encroach into that side yard setback. And I am available now for questions, should you have any.
Rebecca, the variances requested are for what? I'm sorry if you.
It's to encroach into the side
Just the side
and,
yard.
yeah, the setbacks. And then, given that the project has changed a little bit since it was noticed, there is no ADU as part of this, so the variance would also be required to exceed the allowable floor area.
Thank you.
And Rebecca, you commented that the applicant's architect will clarify the FAR and the lot coverage numbers when we get going here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so would the owner or applicant like to present now the project?
Yeah, as the architect, I'd be happy to present and give some thoughts and some considerations that have gone into play into this with everyone's attention. How much time do I don't have, or what would be a reasonable amount of time? 5 minutes enough? 10 minutes? 2?
I think we don't have a limit on your presentation.
Okay.
We just ask that it be concise.
Great.
And I mean, you know, give us as much information as we need. And then
Yeah.
we will actually ask questions.
Great.
Follow-up
I'm
questions.
open to making this a dialogue, Joey. And if we want to just go back and forth, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I don't need to be very formal about it. I just like to make a few bullet points and bring that to bring that up front. Mark, when I first got on, he mentioned my last name is like a character in a TV show called Deadwood. That guy, his name is Al Swearingen. I actually am not related to him because he's a fictional character, but he was a planning director of the town. And so it's really interesting and ironic. We've experienced, as you all know, a number of different planning directors over the course of our experience working at this parcel on this project. And as you all know, that the sense of what a development standard and what a design guideline is that it contains lots and lots of interpretation and interpretive components. And our objective as the architect working for Simon Veronica is always to try to figure out what the interpretation is and try to get into alignment with that. In this particular project, we've experienced some points where one interpretation held and then it was removed because someone else superseded that in the progression of the development of the project. And so I do bring this ask to the table, which is, can you help us understand and help us rectify, because we're finding that we've been not led, but guided with some relatively misadvised maybe positioning. And we would like to set that straight and just move on and get some clarity from doing that. In particular, those areas have to do with the first problem that we are here to solve, which is, what is actually the allowable square footage we can develop this house at? And the mechanisms of the design guideline suggest that we can in fact say that the existing portions of the existing house consisting of a front porch, the main level, the upper level, a small basement, a detached garage and detached bunkhouse can be added up. And that comes to, I believe, 3342 square feet. And in our development and conversation with staff and directors over the last over a year, we have sought to create more square footage. And you'll remember back in December of 2020, we arrived with a proposal of over 7,000 square feet, which was enormous. And there was no question that the feedback was going to be about saying, hey, you got to take some air out of that big fat balloon. It's just way too big for the site. And we heard that. And so we've reduced the square footage by over 60% to what we would call a modest 4,100 square feet plus minus. Yet the FAR on a non-conforming size lot would suggest that we're trying to have more square footage than we should. That said, our square footage is derived from making the assumption that an in-building ADU be approved, and we submitted that way in hopes of taking advantage of the exception that allows the application of square footage to the existing home, which would then justify our ask for 4142 square feet. We understand that that one of the biggest challenges of development on a lot like this, everybody, is that based on its small size, we are hoping to enjoy the rights that other property owners who would have similarly conforming size lots might enjoy. And so the fact of the matter is that much square footage on a smaller size lot will seem to give an impression of being larger. So going back to our original design, we heard and took in the fact that we wanted to consider what does it look like to mediate, suppress, break mass down, and make it seem smaller. So not only did we remove square footage, but we also did moves to articulate mass, mostly surrounding the different types of rooms, but also the circulation systems of the house. It's a modern ethic or modern ethos discussion about what that design looks like, and also utilized height. We step from lower to higher. We have a high point, we have some medium points, we have some low points, and we have different realms of that building that are articulated such that we can break up the mass or the massiveness in comparison to what we had previously submitted. That doesn't take away the challenge that if you have a large house on a small lot, it's going to look bigger than the same size house on a bigger lot. The last thing I want to just bring into the discussion is that the lot is irregular. That's not to say that there aren't any other irregular lots in the town of Ross or anywhere else for that matter. Yet this presents its challenges, and everyone would face challenges if they were here to design on this lot or any other irregularly shaped lot. The fundamental issue is that we don't have that much area in comparison to other lots if they were all flat to locate the building. So we need to locate the building in a position that gives us space to do that without breaking out of the well-intended design guidelines. And I'm talking about the front yard setback first. Front yard setback is enjoyed by the property to the north or southeast, or number 3 Hilgert, where the front of that house is at the setback line. And then the house adjacent on the left side as you're facing is well forward of that, closer to maybe 8 to 10 feet. And we seek to locate a portion of the front of the house that we're proposing in the sort of nether space that's defined between house on right and house on left. That's our encroachment in the front yard setback. On the right side setback, there's an encroachment that is kind of one of those partly in, partly out, because the house's shape is not parallel to the property line. And so therefore the setback is not parallel to the house. So there's a little spot up front where we have an encroachment, but there's a little spot near the towards the rear where we're not in setback. And then on the left side of the house, we have garage that's attached where formerly it was detached at the property line. And our need to attach the garage has to do with functional requirements for the house, and is pulled back from the side yard and enjoys a roof deck on top, which might or might not be considered living space, but is nonetheless in that setback. The actual living space is well back and at the setback in a similar fashion as the right side, where near the front, we have a little bit of an intrusion, and at the rear, we are well outside of that setback on the second floor.
So I think if you could walk us through the plans, that would be very helpful. And I also think the biggest issue is probably going to be FAR. So I think we can kind of narrow the discussion to the design, and the FAR would probably be like, if you can just walk us through
That's
the
great.
plans. I think that's gonna take up most of the discussion.
Thanks, Joey. I think also it would be helpful to understand, and it's on one sheet of the site plan, where the existing house footprint is and where the proposed is in relation to that.
Can you repeat that, Stephen, please?
If you could show us, if you could walk us through on the site plan where the footprint of the existing house is compared to where the footprint of the proposed is.
Okay. So I'm going to open up another screen so that I can share and see everybody's pretty faces here. Give me just a second. And it's okay to share screen.
Yeah, are you able to share screen, or do
It
I need
says,
to make you a
Rebecca, it
co-host?
says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna make
Thank
you
you.
a co-host.
Thank you.
Did that work?
Not yet. Maybe it's
Okay.
take a second.
Okay. I also have the plans available too.
Yeah, it's not, I'm not able to share.
Weird. Okay, let me share them.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I still don't see it.
I'm working on it. Give me a minute here.
And Rebecca, if you started by taking us to sheet,
Are you all able to see it now?
if you took us to sheet A 0.2,
We can see it now, Rebecca.
Thank you. Okay,
Okay, yeah, if we can see
Zoom in on
this sheet.
anything?
Yeah, this could be good if everybody can see this, okay. I'm gonna take us through. What we have is on the left side, two diagrammatic site plans. This is the existing and this is the proposed. And to illustrate this, I'm gonna just use a little drawing tool. You can see that the existing home, it takes up this area here. There is a front porch, a rear porch with a covered arbor, and a side porch with covered arbor, a detached garage here, and a what was nicknamed the bunk room, which is a little open screen porch right at the edge of the creek bank. The neighboring home to the right, if you're facing the house, we have the closest proximity of that home is here, nearby the adjacent property line. And then you can also see this dashed red line, and tell me if we need to zoom in, we will. This dashed red line is the development setback for this parcel in this configuration. The proposed home is located, thank you, I'm going to clear out a little bit. The proposed home is located essentially in the same area. However, our encroachment on the front and right side occurs here relative to the development standard setback. And the garage attached is located here outside or in the side yard setback. And I'm going to ask you to trust me, but this can be backed up by looking at other drawings. Approximately here above is where where there is living space on the second floor, and on the main floor, the garage actually occupies this. I'm going to draw a little box. This is the garage. So you can see that a portion of the garage is inside the setback, a portion of the attached garage is outside the setback.
Just to say, there's a great diagram on A 1.5 that is the story pole diagram that actually has both of them overlaid on top of each other. I find that to be very helpful.
Oh, good.
There. If you zoom into 1.5, right
Yeah.
there, you'll be able to see the darker lines of the proposed structure. I
Yeah.
found that to be very helpful.
Thank you. So we can't see the left side property line at this level of zoom, but there we go. Thank you. The edge of the proposed garage is here in relationship to where the former garage is, which was here. We can see it, make a quick comparison there. Then what this diagram does not show is the extent of the side and rear porches of the existing home, which are approximately and in these areas here and here. So comments regarding FAR. I believe what we propose is 26.8 or rounded up to 27% FAR, which is 4142 divided by 15,444 square feet. In a similarly configured but conforming project, the FAR limit or allowable, as you know, is 15%, or for this zone, 3,000 square feet. That would
I have 15% of 15,444 at 2316. How'd you get that number?
I think because this is a substandard lot, the 15% of 15,444 is the 2,300 number.
That's right.
Yeah, like that's when I do 15%. I don't know if my math is wrong, but
No, your math is-
15%.
That's right. You're right.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. What I was just simply making a comment on a standard lot, which would be 20,000 square feet, a 15% FAR would be 3,000 square feet.
But this is a 15,444 square foot lot.
Both facts.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just checking. I just wasn't sure what you were saying. Okay, please
Yeah.
keep going.
Okay, well, where I was going was simply to say, if that 3,000 square feet was brought to this size lot, the FAR for the same size home would be 19.4%. To your point, FAR limit of 15% on 444 is in fact the number that you said.
Okay. Well, we can speak to this in comments later. I just
Yeah.
wanted to know how you arrived at your numbers.
Yeah.
And specifically, well, actually finish your presentation and then we all have
Okay.
questions.
Okay, great. So rounding this out, the existing home, if we go to sheet A 2.0, Rebecca, we have a 2.0, one sheet prior. Yeah, this sheet illustrates the existing home's size. And the area calculation includes components of this house that would not typically be counted and elements that would be counted as allowable square footage. That is summarized as follows. The front entry porch at 80 square feet, the garage at 300 and I believe 80, the bunk room at 246. The entire, the lower level, 152 square feet, the main level at 1,294 square feet, and the upper level at 1,191 square feet. In addition to that, the ADU that we believe we can count through the exception brings us to a total of 4,142 square feet, all of which our proposal suggests and asks that we use the non-conformity permit to enable this amount of square footage. This amount of square footage divided by the lot size is how we derive the FAR.
Steve, you're going to show us where the ADU is, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so the ADU is located in the basement of the existing home as an entitled or ministerially approved feature of the existing home. And the diagram of that 800 square foot ADU is right here.
In the existing home.
In the existing
I'd
home.
just like to clarify, there is no
Yes.
ADU in the existing home.
There is no ADU in the existing home.
They,
So the square footage, I'm sorry, this is getting unlikely confusing. The square footage that you're calculating with the 800 square feet is in the calculation we just went over?
Yes, sir.
The 3,100 or
But-
some, right?
4,142 less 800 would be the is what we can count from the house, not counting the ADU. Add 800. And that
There's-
gives us the 4,142.
I'm sorry, Steve, I'm just going to be really blunt here. What is the square footage of the house? Forget ADU, no ADU. What is the square
it's
footage of the
3,000
existing building?
by definition of the town of Ross's calculation of floor area, the existing house is 3,342 square feet.
Which includes the bunkhouse and the garage.
And the garage
Yes.
and 80 square feet for the front porch and 152 square feet in the basement. There is
Right.
no ADU that exists on site at this property.
Thank you.
Can I just
Thank you.
ask a quick question about are all of these structures that are being counted towards the existing FAR built legally? Like they were built with variances to get the additional FAR for the lot size?
That was my next question.
I don't have
Because
that.
if they weren't, would they not count? I mean,
No, they would be considered existing non-conforming structures, as many structures are in Ross they were constructed before the current zoning ordinance.
So you could illegally build something
Really?
and then use that square footage to build a bigger house?
In the past, the
Well-
assessor's office has been used as a kind of a point of adjudication for that. So that
Right.
if something was recognized by the county and assessed or levied a tax, even if it was built kind of predating a process where permits were very regularly issued, then it was seen as existing non-conforming or, legal existing non-conforming, I guess.
Right, legal non-conforming structures. I don't have the assessor's records on the old building permits. Which I can find, or the applicants can find through assessor records.
Yeah, and we can back that up also. In the process of the homeowner making the purchase, it was in his due diligence that he connected with the planning director to confirm and assess what area could be counted legally, and this is what resulted. So as we came into play on the project, I don't actually remember that we checked with the assessor, but we can at this point to validate the legality of the buildings or the countability of the buildings toward existing nonconformity.
Just to add to that, hi guys, this is Simon. We checked with the assessor and the house was built a very long time ago. There's no record of it. It was just there.
No record of,
Taxes being paid?
Any paperwork on the structure, not with the town and not with the assessor's office.
The assessor's office will have records of taxes paid, and in the 50s, they did diagrams of the houses and stuff like that. And it lists what features are on the property. So I bet it's on record with.
I think it was built in 1924 from what I remember.
Yeah, it's not a question of original construction date. It's a question of when the tax bill arrived every year. There used to be a person that came out to inspect and would fill out a card with
Yeah.
what spaces exist. I think we're getting off topic though.
yeah,
I think
can
should-
we get back to, is there an ADU in the proposed structure?
No,
Okay, so let's finish your presentation, but that will be of note. That you are taking square footage that was maybe an ADU and turning it into part of a main structure where there is no ADU. So you're just going to need to explain that.
okay. So the process for obtaining a square footage program that the homeowner seeks led us through a number of different avenues to justify square footage through the nonconformity permit process. At first, elements of the existing home, particularly or specifically the porches on the side and rear, were deemed viable to count, and then later turned out were not in the process of transition of directors of staff. And that led to some confusion and some upset by the homeowner as we tried to navigate what area can we count in fact. And it was brought to our attention that there was a precedent for counting through an exception square footage of habitable space converted to a ADU, which could be then added back to the home after at some point in order to I'm sort of tongue in cheek here, and I know I'm being recorded. I don't want to get it wrong, but the idea is that there's an incentive that you don't necessarily have to lose your square footage if you create more housing in the town of Ross. And therefore, for example, a 2,000 square foot home that takes 800 square feet of the interior space toward an ADU is allowed to take that 800 square feet and add it to the 2,000 square foot home.
If you have an ADU.
If you have an ADU. So the proposal that came from the former development director and staff was, what if you considered the process of creating an 80, creating living space in the basement, obtaining the necessary entitlements to do that, and then converting that to ADU so that you could then utilize that square footage was proposed. I'm going to tell you that that was indirect and it was not exactly couched that way, but we believe that would be the appropriate process. And also in that conversation was the notion that, you know, we understand that, or an understanding could be, or an argument could be made to go through that process at least ministerially, but the headache of having to build, not the headache, the process using common sense could be applied to justify an add of square footage if that was in the applicant's interest, and to seek that as an application direction. So under that guidance, we made this submittal, which in fact would say, we think the ADU at below, as if it were converted living space, could be equivalently added to justify the size that comes to 4,142 square feet. The existing house being 33, the earlier answer from the gentleman, 3342 plus 800. That's how we got there.
All right, so let's wrap up the presentation of the design of the house, and then we will go to ADR questions, then we will go to open to the public, and then we will go back to ADR. So let's just shelf that FAR discussion for a bit and finish up on the design and the features.
Okay, I think the best place to go now on diagrams then would be the main floor plan, A2.2. Here we are. This is a diagram of the main floor. The orientation is not changed from how we saw it at the site plan. We have a front door entrance here, and our massing takes place on the edges of a linear element corridor pathway circulation. On the left side, we have dining, vertical circulation and kitchen, and on the right side, we have.
Steve, I'm going to jump in, just hold on a second.
Yeah.
We're going to be here all night. Most of us are familiar with the interior design.
Okay, should we go to elevations then?
On that.
Yes.
This is about bulk and mass.
Exterior.
I would focus on exterior, bulk mass, fenestration, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
Sorry.
Excellent. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
thank you for doing that. I'm open to you telling me to speed her up or move on. Okay, so if you could scroll down just a slight bit so we can get a little bit more of this. This is our front elevation. Thank you. And our main entry is located here. We create two massing elements, a forward one, a regressed, and then the garage. This is the most forward section of the home. This is set back slightly in plane. The next section is set back slightly. I'm not drawing here, sorry. This section, and then the garage element is here. And we have from property line, which is relative close proximity here, was a stepping that occurs towards a high point at 29 feet. This is our high point. The rear of the house is the elevation below. Our element of circulation that I spoke to a second ago, you can just leave it right there. The element of circulation is here. And our left wing is here, our right wing is here. And through the shadow casting, you can see that this element is proud or forward of the rest of the mass here, and then less so here.
So your floor to floor is 13 feet, first floor? top
Yes,
plane?
ma'am. The floor to floor is 13 feet at the first floor and 13 feet at the second floor, with an exception or two where certain rooms are a little taller than others.
And ridge at 29? Or
Yeah,
ridge.
top of ridge or top of parapet.
Okay. Are there any, do you have any more presentation to make in terms of the exterior design, or should we turn it over to ADR
No,
questions formally?
I'm open to ADR questions, and I trust that you guys have had a chance to really pour through this and have lots of
Okay.
relevant questions.
I have a
ADR, take it.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Well, I guess, I'm a bit confused on, because I've reviewed all the old ADR comments for this project. And you said that you've taken all of those into consideration, but it doesn't feel like, I think the building was 30 feet and you lowered it 11 inches to 29 feet, 1 inch. So that, it doesn't feel exactly like the comments have been really heard.
Okay. Thank you.
As far as the exterior materials go, there's a sheet here that's, sorry, I'm gonna take a look quickly. A 4.3, is that the best rendering, exterior front facade rendering that we could get as far as what the materials are proposed to be like? Color scheme, et cetera, et cetera?
Are you asking for more?
I'm just looking for, is that the most accurate depiction of what you're proposing for the external materials? I didn't, it's always hard. We're virtual. We don't have a materials board in front of us. So I'm looking.
Mark, are you also looking at, is it A 4.0?
I was looking at the rendering on 4.3. Let me take a look at 4.
I think that's the best rendering that's available, but on A40, it calls out the materials by name or by description. Do you see that?
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, A 4.0 is where it is.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
yeah. Thank you.
I don't have any other questions, I don't think.
Is the plaster white?
Yeah, we have two-tone plaster. We have two different plaster colors that occur in different places. So we have a darker tone, dare I say taupe color, that makes up a portion. And then we have a lighter color that is in other massing areas.
And I think I was referring to 4.3. You can see where those, manifest themselves.
There we are, yeah.
Best visual of that.
And happy to bring more views such as that to clarify and illustrate the language of where dark versus light occurs.
Are there any more ADR questions?
Steve, can I ask you a question? Can you comment to the height of the building? I know when we were talking about it and we lowered it from its peak, you kind of lined it up with Sharon's and Ed's house. And then maybe comment on the carport and garage alignment so the ADR group could get a fair understanding.
Thanks, Simon. Much appreciated. So stay on this image. We'll notice that there are a couple of dashed lines living around up here. And the red one is projection of where from this vantage point, which is taken at 5 feet above ground, almost directly in front of the front entrance from across the pavement of the street. The red line represents the height at that view plane. And then the dashed black line above represents the height of the 3 Hilgert pitch roof, some of the foliage blocking that. But the purpose of this diagram, not only to show material, but also a relationship with what we've projected the existing roof on the right side and left side of the home are. And then the other renderings, which are in black and white on the other sheets, indicate similar. So Rebecca, if you could go back, there we are, thank you. In the lower image, we show the ridge line and project, and it's hypothetical. We're trying to do the best we can here. The ridge height of the neighbor on the left and projecting this ridge line here, sorry, and showing our line, which shows itself in the vanishing point, towards the vanishing point, and its relationship with the high point of the front of the home right there. And then in the image above, similarly, we've projected from this vantage point a line that suggests where the front edge of this roof is in relationship to the peak of the neighbor on the right, and run that back out in comparison to where we've located where we believe the existing home to the left is.
I have a question regarding your assertion that you were given a lot of different advice over your application process. I do feel it's very important for us to understand what the different advice was before we opine for the next round.
Yeah.
What was confusing to you, and what did you hear? What was
Okay.
consistent?
So yeah, so the character of that advice has been I'll say well intended, I'm sure, and all surrounding the accumulation and understanding of the accumulation of allowable square footage to be able to say, hey, we want to build this house at X square feet. And according to the process, it says a nonconformity permit would give the opportunity for a square footage to be equivalent, is kind of the driver. The initial at the time of the home purchase, Mr. Katz went to the planning director to help him understand what could be counted. And one of the first and a confusing component of that is the counting of the side and or rear porches. And the planning director at the time asserted that the side porch could be counted, but later on this was taken off the table, which caused some confusion.
I'd like to add to that because it's been a long story for us to get to this point. And as an owner that's a little bit frustrated with the misdirection from the town and the director of the town and also the town planner, we've come to this point because we did walk through the property with the first town planner, where they counted the first porch as a potential square footage. Then a question got raised as to why the second porch would not count. The town planner at that time said the first porch counts because it's visible from the street level. In the code or in the book, there was no indication as to why visibility was a factor for a porch to count, meaning it didn't have to be visible from the rear yard or front yard. It just had to be a transition between yard and living space. And it had to be something elevated like 18 inches or something above ground, which both porches did, and they were identical. So after a new town planner came in, we worked with a new town planner, and their direction was completely different. So we worked around with their direction and worked with Matthew at that time. Working with Matthew, Steve got the direction with another town planner that came in, David, and my wife was involved more at the time, that you could use the ADU way to allow to get square footage into the home. Therefore, Steve took the guidance of the town director and the town planner, and this is where we got. This is not a random presentation that we just randomly have thrown on you guys. We've actually talked many times with the town planning and directors including some of the board members that are probably on the board now or in the ADR group, were there then as well. So in our fairness, this is why we presented this. And I feel like we've also justifiably reduced the mass of the place. We've steeped it down a little bit. Steve kindly showed you the leveling of the home. I've sent some pictures to Rebecca that shows, if you count if you take that garage that's actually on Ed's property line and you move it forward, we've actually moved it, I think, somewhat 3 or 4 feet. Steve could give you the exact number. Off his
Okay. Oh,
property
go
line.
ahead.
And we aligned it with the carport there. So that's why it looks even of a bigger mass than it is.
All right, we just wanted to understand a little bit of how you're understanding that you were told a few different things. So now I would like to open it to the public, and there is a 3-minute limit on comments. Who would like to go first?
Let's see, I'm looking for people with their hands raised. I don't see anybody. Oh, I see somebody actually waving at me. Kirsten Polsky, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, tonight. I know this is very frustrating. Simon, I've met you a few years ago over at my parents' house. I'm Kirsten Polsky. We live in Ross as well. We lived here on Laurel Grove and Skyland, and very, very appreciative of the beautiful community that we live in. And welcome, Simon. We all hope that you get the home that you want. My parents live Ed and Betty Zampa to the left, and they are very upset to see the story poles again. And it's about bulk and mask, and it's about the garage and the big deck that would tower over their property and their little patio. And it's also about the charming little street of Hilgert that barely has enough room for 2 cars to pass and Branson to go down. You know, Branson's at the end of the field, of course. And it's a private drive and a quiet, charming little street. And just want to be in keeping with that feel of Ross. I think we all want that. And we also want, everybody wants and is entitled to somewhat privacy. And they very much object to the large garage and the big deck that would tower above. And I just wanted to say that. Hope we can come to some sort of compromise.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Anybody else?
Let me look here. One more scrolling through. I do not see anybody else with their hand raised.
Rebecca, I see Sharon Baker.
Sharon, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. I don't see you, but
I'm at the beginning.
there you are. Thank you.
Okay, I sent my letter and I think it's clear. I'm excited for Simon and Veronica to move forward too with their plans, because it's a blight on the neighborhood having this vacant property for so long. And I mentioned my concern in the letter about the screening of, because hedges and trees were taken down that screened our properties. But besides that, I was concerned about the mass in the back that looks down upon my yard. And I don't know if that can be reduced at all, but it kind of towers over my yard. Whereas now the way the home is, the second story doesn't look down upon my yard. So that's what I wanted to bring up, the mass of the back.
Well,
I was
thank you.
assured by Steve that no windows were looking down. And so I was relieved at that when we talked, but
Yep.
The more I looked at the story poles, the more I was worried about the mass.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody else raising their hand.
Are there any other public comments? So let's bring it back to the ADR for final recommendations to the town council. Who wants to go first?
Can I just say something really quickly?
Oh, sure.
if you guys have any questions about the floor area calculations, I've talked to every past planning director, our town attorney, and feel like I have a pretty good handle on it. So if you have any questions about the code, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. I have questions in my comments, my final comments, but I think I've done my calcs correctly. So I'll bring that up at the end, but who would like to go first? Don't all jump at once.
We're gonna have to rotate tonight, Joey, with so many applications.
Yeah.
I can jump in.
Oh, go ahead, Mark.
And Laura, if you want to, you feel free to. So, I think the sense that I get when I step onto that property is that while I appreciate the reduction in what the previous proposal was, I think some of the comments that Steve made early on about if this was a larger lot, it wouldn't feel so big. I think what you're recognizing, and you might recognize this in my colleagues' comments, is that it still feels too big for this particular lot. I think the recommendation I would have is to keep it to 3,300 square feet, or that 3,300 number. There isn't an ADU proposed in this particular project, so I understand. I'm going to call it a game, the game of trying to characterize an ADU that's existing, that doesn't exist, to add to the fact. Nonetheless, there's no ADU proposed. I think the recommendation would be to stick with the existing square footage at 33 and change, which in many ways will reduce the overall development on this particular lot. Some specific examples: the height. What you're seeing, I recognize the diagrams you provided in regards to top line elevation. What I think you're seeing that I see in this particular lot is those peaks in some instances are set pretty far back from the front facade. So what you've done in this particular example is you've taken not necessarily the max, but close to the max elevation, and it's very, very close to the front facade. I think it's actually in the setback. So what I would expect is a massing approach that terraces back even more than you've proposed. I don't think that front mass on the far right is far back enough to give the front facade and the bulk and mass relief from the street presence. So it still appears to be looming over the street as you approach down Hilgert, in my experience. Secondly, I'd say that the deck over the garage, I understand why the garage is there. I understand it's in the side yard setback. I think that there's circumstances why we can understand that's the case. I think the deck is an unnecessary onus on the neighbor to the north. So you're feet away from that property, and I think that mass and that living space is unnecessary to impose upon that property to the north. There's really no finding that I could make for a variance on having living space that close to that northern property line. So I would say that deck above the garage is not something I could support. Overall, the building, I mean, 13 feet, for the scale of the building, when I think about the section and I think about how you experience those spaces inside, I can see that being compressed by minimum of 2 feet for each floor. I understand the modern aesthetic and having tall ceilings, but you even look at the facade, you look at the window proportions, things are getting stretched vertically, where I don't think it's actually helping the design and the experience in the home. I think that, and it certainly doesn't help the streetscape. So I think compressing this down, I think Laura's comment about everyone last review commented on the height of the building and the mass of the building. And I think that we would like to see a substantive compression of this building in relationship to the style and the design of the adjacent buildings. It stands out as an anomaly in the current proposal. So I think compressing this more than a foot, more than 2 feet, more than 3 feet is going to actually improve the overall streetscape. And one of our design guidelines is to to fit in with the character of the street. And right now, this building is not fitting in with the character of the street based on its height and its mass that's so projected in front of the setbacks. So those are my main comments. I'm going to just quickly check my notes to see if I missed anything. Those are the main comments. I think that's, I can pass it along to my colleagues. I think there's work to be done on this particular proposal to make this work for the applicant and work for the streetscape and the bulk and mass of the proposal. So I'll maybe pass it along to Laura, who might want to jump in.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just add to what Mark was saying. Yeah, regarding the the height, and then also the location of the garage. I mean, I think taking it from the rear of the property and pulling it forward just makes the building feel much more bulky. So I would recommend either rebuilding a new garage where the existing one is, or lowering the height of that garage or stepping it back a little bit more. I don't know that, I think adding a balcony on top of the existing non-conforming garage exacerbates the non-conformity. So I don't think that could be supported. And then the height of the building, we're talking about comparing it to the neighbors' buildings, but none of those are flat roofed buildings. So the massing reads differently, right? And also the fact that it's so close to the street front property line, it makes it more difficult to kind of, if it was set back further and it was going for close to 30 feet, you know, that's one thing, but being so close to the street makes it a little bit more difficult, I think. What else? Yeah, I mean, the whole FAR thing and this ADU, we'll just leave that to the planning department, but I'm just confused by the ADU turning in, being absorbed into the house, even though there is no ADU. So I don't know. And then the materials, white, I think last time we talked about having more naturalistic materials. So I think that comment would probably still apply. I think that's everything that I had to add. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll step in here. So I go back to the FAR situation because I think the house as proposed looms over the street. It looks really, really out of scale and character with that street. And I think this is coming from the fact that it's just excessive ADR, pardon me, ADU, FAR on that property. So you have a 15,444 square foot property with a 15% allowable FAR, which is 2,316 square feet. Even if you added 800 feet to that for an ADU, you'd still only get 3,116 feet, which is still less than your existing FAR without this purported ADU that seems to maybe be in the basement. So, you know, it always was customary if you were building a new house that you would get the same FAR you had in the existing house. It was customary, but not guaranteed. It's still discretionary. And the fact that you are taking that FAR and then adding over 800 square feet for an ADU that is not actually being replicated in the new house to get you well over 4,000 square feet, it's just overbuilding a lot. So I have to start from that. I just have to start from the numbers just don't work on this project. And speaking of numbers, at 13-foot floor to floor height for each floor, you just don't have to do that to get tall ceilings. And a 24-foot 8-inch peak on the existing roof is very different because it's the peak of a gambrel roof. So there's relief. There's the old school gambrel roof with some dormers. That's very different from a 29-foot square modern building right up at the setback. It just feels very much out of context. I think the whole thing about porches, the reason there was a time where they were counted for square footage and then everyone started converting them into house. And people realized, wait a second, those provide some relief in the design of the building. Pretty porches, setbacks. When you take all your porches and convert them into a square building, it just has a much different look on the street. So I think the message is still the same as the last time, is that it's got to be smaller. It's got to fit into the context of this neighborhood. And you cannot exacerbate nonconformities. There's no reason for there to be a deck on a 13-foot high garage that's a couple feet out of the setback. Lastly, I think the color, the white, I mean, we talk all the time about natural materials in this town. So you kind of want to come back with something that blends into the landscape a lot more. And those are my final comments. Stephen?
Thanks, Joey. I don't need to repeat everyone's comment, but I can echo what everyone has said. I feel like when I visit the site and look at the story polls, the scale of what's proposed just does not look contextually appropriate. It just looks too big for the streetscape. And I can understand the concerns of the immediate neighbors. I agree, Joey. I think that the concept of being allowed to keep and improve existing non-conforming square footage, in excess of your FAR, is something that, if done elegantly, is available to people. But if it exacerbates non-conformities and challenges scale or privacy, then there's a reason that there's a discretionary process to adjudicate it. And so I agree with what everyone has said. I think that if you transfer square footage from recesses of porches and from basements and add it to bulk, we're seeing the result of that, and it's just scale inappropriate. I don't think I have anything else to add.
Can I just add one other comment? Just the one other thing to kind of keep in mind was talking about privacy and windows facing neighbors, and just like the amount of windows and the scale of those windows. Particularly, I was looking at the bathroom one. So just for, that's something to keep in mind as well.
So are you clear on direction going forward, or do you have any other questions of us?
I don't, as architect. Thank you.
Is that all?
I think that's it. I think we're wrapping it up. I just want to make sure. Rebecca, is that all noted? The comment?
Yes, it is. Yes, it was very, very clear. Thank you.
Are we supposed to vote on it though, Joey? Or
I think it was.
No, that's not necessary,
overwhelming.
just the comments.
I mean, usually we do kind of have an informal vote, but that was a resounding direction.
It's pretty clear.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much, and hope to see you next time.
Thank you for your time, everybody. Appreciate it
All
very
right.
much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Joey. So now we'll move on to 189 Lagunitas Road. And in order to try to keep this as quick as possible moving forward, since we have so much on the agenda tonight, let's just try to stick to the architectural design. And I know the Bogans are very excited for their project, but you don't need to tell us all about your family or that your children like to swim. Why don't we just have your project presenters go ahead with the architectural plans that you so nicely sent to us.
Okay, great. Am I able to share screen or will Rebecca?
Rebecca can make you a co-host so you can share your screen.
So I will first be just doing a quick PowerPoint. I will share my screen. See if
That's
it-
fine. Oh, I am able to share my screen if that's.
I think, Mark, would you prefer that staff does not do
Yes.
presentations tonight?
No, Mark, I think we should have a brief presentation by staff.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was getting so antsy because the
We're-
last project went on for so long. Excuse my
We will. we
jumping
promise
the gun
we'll-
there, Stephen. Thank you.
We'll be
Staff
brief.
presentation first.
Okay, so this project is the 189 Lagunitas Road project. Let's see if I can. Project is located on Lagunitas Road. The lot is 39,428 square feet and has a slope of 20.1%. So therefore is not a hillside lot and not subject to those requirements. The project proposes to renovate the exterior of the residence, including siding and windows, relocate the existing basement ADU to above the existing garage. It's from the home to the garage. Construct a horizontal addition to the house that would be used as a bedroom, and construct new fencing, a pool, spa, and outdoor lounge and hardscape areas, as well as install some drainage improvements. There are some existing non-conforming setbacks, and proposed construction will not result in any new encroachments or deviations. There will be floor area, building coverage, and impervious surface increases. Those are detailed in the report. Project requires a design review for an increase in impervious surface of over 1,000 feet and grading or fill in excess of 50 cubic yards, extensions of existing buildings exceeding 200 square feet, and alteration of more than 25% of the exterior. We have received one email about the project in opposition to a portion of the project, specifically the expansion and modification of the windows on the second floor and the addition of a balcony. This was from the neighbors at 193 Lagunitas, and these concerns were regarding potential decrease in privacy due to those revisions. Other than that, we haven't received any comments. I'm going to stop sharing and hand this over to you.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay, I'll definitely keep this brief here. I know that all of you have reviewed the plans, but we're basically proposing a really modest 408 square foot horizontal addition off of the back of the building, and with no major massing changes to the front. I will talk about the materials for a second, because obviously this is sort of a significant building on the street. But just to quickly outline here, these are the various areas that are sort of subject to the design review. This is the existing garage. We're proposing to combine 3 existing dormers into one large dormer in order to expand the space to create an ADU. There is an ADU. I don't know if it's been legalized. I don't think it actually has, but it has cooking apparatus and so on in the basement level here. And so we're proposing to relocate that, but none of that requires any sort of variance. And we're actually not even taking a deduction in the square footage for the ADU. So that is all compliant. And this also results in a finished height of less than 16 feet above grade. New pool, and this area here at the rear of the house is a 2-story addition, kind of shown in purple. And then blue here is the single-story addition. This is to be the new master bedroom, and the rest of the work is all interior. Of course, here's this is Lagunitas. And so all of this work, except for the new dormer, is really not visible. I should actually note, I didn't highlight it here, but we are proposing another minor addition here of 64 square feet off of the home, which is kind of sandwiched between the 2 existing structures. And so it's the thing I want to point out about these additions is that they're all really focused towards the center of the lot in trying to respect neighbors' privacy and the effect of shadows and things like that. So this does step back up from the neighbor. So this again is a single-story conforming addition. And then this is the 2-story addition that's more centered in the center of the lot to mitigate any sort of shadow effects. And also I wanted to point out here that the new master bedroom would have windows. that to hopefully sneak a peek of Mount Baldy. But the setback 36 feet from the property line. And in addition, we're proposing to do new landscaping all across the property line with significant high foliage to address the mutual privacy concerns of both neighbors. We are, I'll show this side of this elevation where we are proposing to alter some of the windows that face a neighbor, because that may just be a worthy talking point. So these are 2 bedrooms. This is the size of the window right now, which is not conforming and does not conform with egress requirements for this bedroom. So that one has to get larger. And then these 2 we feel like are just kind of congruent with the rest of what we're doing with the rest of the windows on the building. And they also provide views of Baldy from the 2nd floor. Again, this area is set back much further from this part of the facade. And we feel like since it's really close to the center of the lot, it's trying to be respectful of the privacy issues. And then lastly, I'll just talk about the materials.
Actually, Brooks, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
can I interrupt you for just 1
Absolutely.
second? Could you go back to that last sheet you were on?
Mhm.
Thanks. Those windows there, the 3 on the 2nd story, how far from the property line are they?
About 12 and a half feet.
So they're in the setback.
Correct. This is the existing non-conforming west wall of the house.
Okay, and then how far is the deck, the edge of the deck with the railing, is that 36 feet or is the structure 36 feet and the deck's closer?
This wall is 36, the deck is 33. So it's a very shallow balcony.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, continue. I just wanted.
It
ask
doesn't
that.
extend all the way to this face. So this is all roof here for about, I guess, 15 or 20 more feet until you get to the back here. I can just show it again quickly on the 2nd floor plan. So here's roof, and then we're going all the way back here to the balcony that's at the back, and here's the new primary bedroom. So the last thing I just want to talk about is what we are doing on the front facade, which is the home has this historical veneer of logs which are ridden with pests, and they're falling apart and they're causing all sorts of problems to the rest of the house. And so we're trying to preserve the sort of naturalness that this house presents as this kind of like cabin, but in a little bit more of a contemporary context and something that might last a little bit longer, and also be congruent with the natural materials and the historic nature of the homes along Lagunitas. And what we sent out originally, we've actually revised this rendering that I wanted to present tonight. We had a darker version, but the idea is that this is a natural cedar that has a sort of a gray stain, and then the incorporation of a natural stone that would wrap around the house as a water table. Because there's so much guardrail wrapping around this, the front porch, which we love, but it's obviously not code compliant, being so open. We kind of want it to just go away. And so we're going with a thin metal that will kind of lessen its impact as seen from the front. But the windows, we'd like to overall preserve this kind of like the symmetry of the home and the historical nature of the windows with divided lights. We're proposing clad wood for all of these. And then, I mean, to make a statement at the same time, we're kind of excited about using a metal roof, which is particularly useful at the back, where I don't know if you can't really tell. Well, I could show you on the exterior elevations, but we get some lower sloped roof areas. And so the metal is a much prettier roof than some torch down flat membrane. So we'd like to just be consistent and use the metal roofing throughout. And then this same treatment of the materials would also be replicated on the front of the garage, so that they're playing off of each other. And the garage is sort of seen on this photo in the back here.
Brooks, I'm sorry, can you quickly comment on the column material that's in that previous?
Yeah, right. So obviously these are actual logs that are supporting or somewhat supporting, I mean, starting to fail here. So we're proposing to actually wrap new structural members with cedar that would be stained to match the rest of the board and batten siding. And I think what we're trying to do is kind of minimize the total number of different materials that we're presenting here, and just kind of keep it simple and cohesive. That's my brief presentation.
Thank you, Brooks. Do any of the ADR members have questions for Brooks or the rest of the project team?
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask one more question, Brooks. There's a horizontal band that is the floor of the porch there.
Yes.
Can you describe what material that is?
Well, it's rendered here as painted wood. And I suppose that because we will have painted wood along the fascias here, and there will be some trim that is painted. The majority of the trim as rendered here will be the natural cedar. But we were just thinking, we actually did a version where this is matches as the cedar, and it just kind of, you sort of lose this sense of the different levels of the house, which I think is actually a really interesting aspect to kind of reading this facade, how it was originally put together. So we wanted to have something that is a clear line that separates the two.
Thank you.
Can I ask, is there a rendering that shows the garage with the ADU?
No, we just have exterior elevations, which I can go run to, but we did not render the garage. So, I mean, in a nutshell, this is the same metal roofing. We're combining these 3 dormers into 1 dormer because right now there's a storage area above here, and these dormers actually look out over the garage floor, and then there's sort of this short mezzanine that it's an unuseful floor plan. So in order to get some usable space to make it actually a functional ADU, we've just combined these 3.
Okay, and the overall height is about the same, right?
It's exactly the same.
Yeah,
In fact, we're
okay.
not even really touching that. So
Got
the
it.
only part that changes in terms of the massing and the structure is this dormer. So here's the existing, and we even took the shape of the old dormer, and we're raising it a little bit because we need some ceiling height here, but we're still beneath the 16-foot above existing grade.
Okay, and then you said there were 2 ADUs, so is that right? This
Yeah,
is
so
like
I might be-
over an acre?
I might be confusing that. So we are, let me just revert to the floor plans. I think that's the easiest way to do this. Okay, so in this basement area here, which is accessed from the front right here, there is it's an existing ADU. I don't believe it was legalized, but there's cooking apparatus. It's a studio apartment with a separate entrance. This is going to become instead a guest suite. It's really small for anyone to actually live in, as shown by this. This is sort of the existing. So there's a tiny kitchenette, an awkwardly shaped bathroom, and a bedroom. And so the idea is that this would actually become bedroom only, and then the formal ADU goes above the garage.
Okay, so this lower level is not, it is counted towards the 15% FAR.
Yes. Yes.
Another question, Brooks, sorry to jump you back and forth, but the existing garage doors being somewhat prominent, you have replaced existing garage doors, but they sort of look just blank. Are they just sort of like blank?
Well, actually, we'd like to keep them fairly simple. I mean, the idea is that they would just be horizontal wood. They'd be all natural wood garage doors.
That's all I needed to hear. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. They look glass there for a moment. I just want to make
Oh
sure.
yeah, no, not modern. No, they'd be natural. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Brooks before I open it up to the public?
I have one, Mark, and I think it's for staff. Was there a historical report generated for the project? And yes, that's the question.
Like a history of the site?
By a historian. Was a historian hired to do an HRE?
No, not for this project.
And we discussed that with the previous planning director about 6 months ago when we were first reviewing the scope, and we were told by staff at that time that it would not be required.
Okay, then I'm going to open it up to the public in case any neighbors or anyone else wants to comment on the project. You can raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand button.
Brooks, can you please stop sharing? I can't
Sure.
see anybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Brooks.
I'm looking for
I'm looking for the hand raising button.
Well, you can just physically raise your hand and
Okay.
go ahead. You have 3
Okay.
minutes to speak.
Yeah, okay. We are the neighbors, McCarrolls, on the north side of the property. And we have very,
Must have clicked something. Oh, shit.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. It's
okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry that my husband cursed. Oh, yeah, we have
We heard that.
very strong objections to the increased number of windows and especially the deck that faces our property. So what, you know, we've had the 2 windows that on the 2nd story. Now there are 3 larger windows and that deck. And when the deck looks right into our bathroom, the deck is really a huge problem for us, as are any windows that face our property. If their desire is to have a balcony, the balcony can maybe face the redwoods, can face, let's see, west, I don't know if it's south, but not our property. It's horrendous for us. The windows also look into our yard. Ms. Brogan said we're never in there anyway. And in fact, we're in the yard all the time unless it's raining. So I found very little sympathy about the privacy that would be imposed upon us. It's really very distressing. Have I had my 3 minutes or do I have more time?
You might have a little more time, but if you're done, you're done.
Well, you know, all of those windows, the increased exposure to our property is incredible, monumental. And that deck is incredibly intrusive. It's very distressing, interferes with our privacy on so many levels. And this is very distressing to know that the architect and the property owners don't have any concern about that.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to comment?
I don't see anybody else with their hand raised.
Okay, then I can pull it back to the ADR for our recommendations to town council. Who would like to go first on this project?
I will just note that I have to recuse myself from this project. So just.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Okay.
Stephen, would you like to go? I think I saw your hand sort of
I'm
raised.
happy to. I'm
Thank
happy to. I think the project is very well designed and I appreciate the presentation and the materials, etc. I think that the dormer at the garage and ADU is contextually appropriate and physically appropriate. I think that it should be defined as an ADU, and I think the square footage table should reflect that, because in the future, if someone wanted to add on to the property, it would be recorded properly that it is an ADU. And I think its ADU status really is what justifies the volumetric change there. Anyway, that's semantic really, but I think that that's great. I think that the materials, I'm a little sad to see the logs go. I don't know the provenance of the logs. It'd be fun to know when they were created, and so I'm a little sad to see them go, but I think that the design of the house is great. I think the materials are used very well, and it's really beautiful. I have one small suggestion, and you can take it or leave it. I think the stone wainscoting, the stone cladding belongs terminated at the porch level and no higher than that, because I think it would read more historically like a stone water table and foundation. If you look at kind of barns in the east, that's how that was used, and I think it would look a little more structural and less applied if it stopped there. On the subject of the balcony and the windows, when I visited the site, I felt like the second story balcony is so far from the property line that I really feel like it's appropriate or reasonable in its location, in its proposed location. So I could support the balcony as designed. The windows on the side, I think that the solid to void ratio is appropriate, and they are pretty reasonable. I understand that it's an existing non-conforming circumstance though. And when we look at the floor plan, we see that there are, I think, 2 large windows in one of the bedrooms and 1 window in the other. And maybe the sponsor could see to compromise by removing one of those windows or reducing their size slightly. But I think from a design perspective, they look good, and it seems in keeping with the character of the building as designed. So I can support them, but would suggest maybe examining making them smaller if it helped the relationship between the neighbors. So overwhelmingly, I can support the project as designed, with maybe a suggestion about the stone and a suggestion to work with the neighbors a little bit harder on the windows if there's a reasonable conversation that can happen there. But I would support it as designed in terms of our endorsement to the council.
Thank you, Stephen. Laura, would you like to go next? Or Mark?
He called on you, Laura.
Sure, I'll go ahead. Yeah, I think it's a really nice design. I like the materials. I liked it dark, the first rendering, but the new one's really nice as well. It feels very, modest and proportional to the lot, and does feel to be, with consideration of the neighboring properties. Agree with Stephen's comment about maybe consider not having that 3rd window on the facade with the concerned neighbor. And let's see, the one other question I noticed, we kind of haven't really been looking at the landscape design stuff. We've just been talking about the architecture, but are there other variances that this project is requesting for, like the barbecue, wet bar kind of stuff?
There are no variances.
What's that? No.
No variances.
Okay, then no other questions. No other comments. I would support the project.
Thanks, Laura. Mark?
Yeah, I think I want to second Stephen's comment about the stone. I think that's a great comment. Extending it into that below the bottom sill of the windows does make it appear applied, right? So I think I would keep that a little lower. I like the detail. I actually enjoy the more current rendering of the lighter cedar, but there shows, opinions amount. I would agree that I would probably recommend removing one of the windows out of that bedroom that has 2 facing the neighbor to the north, in sort of a compromise fashion. I think the deck is interesting. A 4-foot deck, which is what the dimension is, I believe in the plans. I think it's sort of a coffee deck, right? I don't think it's going to be used very often. 4 feet doesn't provide you a place to really set up any furniture or gather friends and family there. So I can support that move, especially because it's really within the center of the lot. While I don't generally support 2nd floor decks, out of hand, because there is a privacy issue, I think that one is so minimal. I think I can support that one as well. So I would remove the 2nd window, which is actually to the east, I believe, in that bedroom, to minimize the amount of overview of the neighbors. I think the other comment I had, well, the massing, I can fully support the ADU side. I think Stephen's comments are spot on. The slope of that addition on the 2nd floor over that master bedroom, it's unfortunate that you've got to raise up the plate so you step up into that, because the slope of that roof line is not ideal, right? It's very shallow in comparison to the rest of the roof lines. And I pointed out just because it annoys me, not because I think there's anything you can actually do about it, but it kind of bugs me. I wish it was a bit steeper that matched. Here's my point. I think I would try to reduce the plate height in that room to get a bit of a steeper pitch on that roof. But I think no one in their right mind could ever see it. So there you have it. I did notice it looks as if the pool is in the side yard setback. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but just a little bit, which I always think is strange if you have 2 feet to move the pool back out of the setback. I'm not exactly sure why it's not a variance. to put that pool in the, what I think is the south side yard setback, I would probably remove it from that if you have the opportunity to do so. We generally ask, and I apologize for not asking the question earlier, where the pool equipment is. Maybe Brooks, you could just jump in and tell me where it is.
It's under, sorry, I'm Daniel from
Daniel.
Embrace. And it's under the, below the porch in front of the garage. I don't know if Brooks, can you show that?
It's the main porch of the house. So in the center of the lot, outside of the setbacks.
Great, thank you. That's terrific. I think that's, let me just double check. Yeah, the metal roof is interesting. I think I can fully support that. It's a really, I think it's a good move. I think it'll be, I like, as I said before, I think I prefer the lighter contrast with the cedar that you have rendered in that one you showed it tonight, just so that it offsets the roof a little more. That initial rendering looked very monotone, and I don't think that's as successful. So I think contrast there is actually going to improve. That cedar is really set back in that porch, so it already appears dark. And then when you had it as dark in that initial rendering, I thought, nah, that's just going to appear like a black mass on the hill. So I think you've improved it by lightening that up a little bit. But I can fully support it as presented with a few of those tweaks, in specifically with that window on the second floor to the neighbors to the north.
Thanks, Mark. So just to clarify, I believe Mark is correct, and there is a variance needed for the pool in this proposal, just because it is, 2-ish feet in the setback. Is that correct, Rebecca?
Yeah, I just pulled up the plans. It is. I think maybe the advice would be to shift it over. It looks like there's room
Yeah.
out of the
Okay.
setback, which might prevent a variance for that.
To be clear, I think that the area of patio also associated with it, right? The gathering space that's outside the setback line.
Yes.
I do think I should mention that that property line is along an easement, which is a road. So I think that may have something to do with why they felt it was okay to encroach 2 feet. You just want to look at that.
I think that's right. I think it still requires a variance
Driveway.
because the driveway or the setback is taken from the easement. I think we've heard on private projects, but I think that it's maybe substantiation for a variance if it would not be injurious to the adjacent neighbor.
Yeah,
May
I
we
can
have
support
one
it.
more comment? May we
Just
have
see.
one more comment? I don't think that people understand the impact it's having on us. We could do it at the end, but I don't think people are getting what the impact is on our property and our privacy.
If the chair would like to open the public.
Thank you.
hearing.
We did hear your very strong objection to the windows and the balcony, and the time for public comment is closed, and you can certainly bring your comments up to the town council, but this is the time for the ADR to be doing the recommendations. But thank you for your participation.
We will do that.
So Mark, I think for clarification, when we summarize comments, we should summarize our support or not support of the terraces or patio and pool relative to the setbacks, right?
Yes, I think that's a good idea. And Laura, you might want to clarify now, because you did ask the question, and I believe you were inadvertently given the wrong answer about the variance for the pool and the patio, and even the, it looks like the bar, new wet bar, wood deck is all within that 25-foot side yard setback. Well, although that's a setback.
Mark, there's a shade structure as well. Maybe we should just touch upon that. Maybe we didn't get clarification. There's a shade structure that's also something, I think, in the setback.
Yeah, there's an arbor.
Yeah, so we should touch upon that just briefly, maybe
Brooks.
To clarify the recommendation.
And to complicate things, I think when you have an ADU, you're allowed to put an entrance in the setback, but not make a patio or surface for hanging out that's associated with the ADU, like expand the area of hangout outside the ADU. So I guess, does everyone on the ADR understand what's being proposed there relative to the deck and the stone terraces and the shade structure? Or Mark, should we ask Brooks to explain that a little bit?
Brooks, could you put up the viewpoint as if we were standing in the backyard looking at the house?
Well, let me just first start with the landscape plan. So this is the patio kind of in question, which exists. And currently the stairs come up here. We are adding additional stairs to come down here. Right now, the grass sort of begins here. It's the only way to access the ADU because the ADU is a story above the driveway, which is over here. So we've actually, in the site plan, we've revamped the stairs also to create a sort of reasonable, like normal access to enter the ADU from the street or from part of the parking area. And then to look at the rear elevation here.
Could you show us the existing site plan in that area too, so we can understand its comparison?
Absolutely. So here's the existing porch that is there now with the steps that go up into the garage. Right now, the stairs from the driveway, they orient you towards the front part of the porch. And so if I can just flip over to the next page.
And just to clarify for people, that garage currently and in the future is 22.5 feet from the nearest property line.
Well, oh yeah, that's right. Yes, 22.6 right here. Yeah.
Yeah, even though 16 feet of that is an easement, it's 22.5 feet from the property line.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
So the reorientation of the stairs is intended to create this normal kind of approach to enter the ADU as if you were a resident of that space. And so, yes, we are proposing to add stairs down from this porch and expand the porch as well. So the height above existing grade is less than 3 feet. It's no one would ever perceive it over a fence or anything like that, but that is what we are proposing.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone on the ADR have any questions about that aspect of the project?
I think it's worthy of just making a statement or two about that shade structure. I don't see any elevations of that one in the plans.
That's
what's
correct.
The height, what's the material, what's the design? Because it is in the setback at that point, so it is probably worthy of just commenting on.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, did you want me to comment on it?
Yeah. Just give us some. I mean, there's
Right.
not, other than the plan we're looking at right here. There's no elevations. There's no. It could be 30 feet tall.
Yeah.
It is, but let's give us some idea what this is.
Okay, so one thought was that, well, the max height would be 10 feet. And I could share my screen. I have some images of a potential design for it. And forgive me, this is my first time doing this. Brad's just gone on vacation, so I'll do my best here. But let's see here now. And let's see.
I just made you a co-host, so you should be able to share.
Thanks. Let's see here. So we were proposing something along these lines of a metal arbor, very simple, potentially black with wood slats on top. Very, very minimal, and then with abundant screening behind it.
Thank you. Any lighting incorporated into that?
So far, no. We haven't discussed that, but I would potentially assume there would be some landscape lighting for night usage. Yeah.
Do you mind to also just show us more information on the wet bar and barbecue, if those are in a setback?
I don't have a lot of information on those right now, but I can back up with that, provide those later, but I don't have any elevations at this point in time from Brad.
Okay.
But I can follow up. I can follow up with some information for sure.
Okay, thank you. So let's see, maybe I'll go now, and then the three of you who've already gone can go back and re-comment, adding this small aspect to your comments if you so choose. I completely agree with everything Stephen said and the others echoed regarding the main project, including being okay with the second story balcony due to it being 36-ish feet away from the property line. I also agree with everyone else that they should cut down one of the 3 windows on the second story. I think the project looks great and will be a huge improvement to the house. Regarding this backyard, I think just to make things easier, the pool should be moved the additional 2 feet over to be out of the setback. I can't approve the wet bar in the setback, especially when we can't really sort of see what it is. Regarding this structure, which is also in the setback, this actually looks fine to me, but there shouldn't be, as Mark was, I believe, starting to allude to, there shouldn't be any lighting in the structure itself. Having some pathway lights that point down, as many people do, to use their yard, that's great. You just don't want to see, lights on the ceiling of this structure. And that's it. Mark, Stephen, Laura, would you like to add in some comments now that we've gotten a little more information on the pool, wet bar, etc.?
Yeah, I'll agree with you that I think that the shade structure could be approved for a variance because of that easement road that goes through, and it doesn't seem like it would negatively impact anyone. So I would think that that would be not a problem. Agree also that I have a question mark on the wet bar. So there's just not enough information, I guess.
Can we follow up with more information on the wet bar?
You can talk to town staff about it at that time, but the ADR won't be able to look at it again. Because we have to do it in a public forum like this with everybody here.
Right.
And I'm sure you don't want to spend a month to come back for that, or I'd be surprised.
Right.
Mark, I can go ahead and comment on the nonconformity or the variances for the patios and trellis. Could we flip to the site plan, the proposed site plan, either the landscape one or the architecture? Thank you. So on the bottom of the drawing, the setback is calculated from the edge of the easement, but if we take it from the property line and it be 25 feet, it means that the patio and the trellis and the new deck outside the ADU are just like a foot out of conformance with that. And so I think for kind of consistency and kind of to set a standard or continue a standard, I would think that we would suggest to move or make the patio smaller, and I think it's by just a foot or so, such that it conform with a setback of 25 feet from the property line. And then it would still require a variance, but I think it's substantiated by the existence of the easement. And so I think that I can recommend approval on all aspects of those if they be modified to coincide with a 25-foot setback from the property line. And then on the top of the drawing, there's a patio that is being increased in size. So the nonconformity of that patio is being exacerbated or increased. And I should think that we would encourage not doing that, that we should encourage conformance or some kind of design that does not increase the non-conformance there. And I don't know what shape that should take, because I know that the existing is irregular in shape and a little funny to work with, but I would encourage a redesign of that area of the patio.
That's where the L-shaped couch is next to number 5, Stephen. Is that what you're talking about?
That's right.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah,
I'm not
I would-
sure. Sorry, it's Jeff and Jen the homeowners. Stephen, I wasn't sure what area you're talking about. I'm still not following what you're saying.
Labeled as number 5.
You see where number 5 is on the
It's,
screen?
it's a barbecue, I guess is what it is, right?
Yeah, the barbecue, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that when we review, we didn't have a presentation about the landscape, but when we do, we look for, you know, the quality of the design, and then if we're exacerbating nonconformities within the setback areas where we're not supposed to put patios and trellises and swimming pools and things like that. And so I think to improve the amount of, you know, nonconformity that there is totally appropriate. I don't think that there's a substantiation to increase the nonconformity.
Okay.
I can add to that. I think I support Stephen's comments wholeheartedly. Can you, because we didn't do a very good job on the landscape design here. Item number 7, left-hand side outside the setback line, I believe, is that a new patio off to the left there? Is that new?
Yes, it is.
carved out?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's not new. We have a patio today.
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
reconfigured.
Yes, sorry, Brad's not on. That's just reconfigured. It's actually, we're making a patio that exists today smaller.
Okay, awesome, great. I support Stephen's comments about the 25-foot setback on the southern property line, and then I think that is true. We should approach that barbecue that's placed in the northern property line setback as well, so that maybe there's another orientation, another configuration that you can find to slide that southward into the out of the setback.
Mm-hmm.
Or with no greater nonconformance than exists today, I would say, Mark.
That's fair too. That's fair too, Stephen. That's a good point.
Yeah, I would also, I didn't comment on that, and I would also agree with that.
May I ask a clarifying question? So
Please.
all these improvements, you would be supportive of if they met that 25-foot side yard setback as measured from the property line with the variance on both sides?
That's correct on the south, the bottom of the drawing.
Right.
At the top of the drawing, there is no easement, so it would be measured from the
property line,
with the exception that there are existing nonconformities. There's a certain amount of terrace there existing, and if it is the same or not substantially larger, I think everyone could support that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Do you concur with that, Laura?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Then I think we're all done here. Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you to the applicants and their design team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to 24 Allen Avenue. Would the town like to make the presentation? And welcome back, Joey.
Yeah, can we start presenting? I think we need to end the previous screen share so I can start mine.
Looks ended here. You should be able to share in a shot.
One second. Okay, so this is the 24 Allen Avenue project. All right, I'm taking a second to get my controls set up. The property is about just under 11,000 square feet and has a slope of about 2.084% and is therefore not a hillside lot. The project is going to result in an impervious surface increase of about 1,000 feet from 21% of the property to 39.2. It's one of the main things to take into consideration for this project. The applicant is requesting an approval of design review to remodel and relocate portions of an existing deck, construct a new in-ground pool and associated pool equipment room, construct a patio, arbor, fire pit, and recreation court, and install some new landscaping along the property line. The existing home and patio are already in non-conformance with yard setbacks, and the proposed revisions will also be non-conforming with these setbacks, so variance is required. There is also an existing approved ADU permit south of the primary residence that is on the site. That ADU is not a part of this project, but it is being constructed at the moment. As I said, the project requires a design review for an increase in impervious surface and grading or filling in excess of 50 cubic yards and a variance to deviate from minimum yard setbacks. We have received comments from 4 neighbors at 3, 19, 22, and 24 Allen. All are in support of the project, and beyond that, we haven't received any comments. I'm going to hand this over to the applicant.
I can share my screen again. So forgive me again, my first time doing this. I'm jumping in for Brad. I'll do my best to share everything and answer all questions. But here is the new ADU being built right now. I'm proposing to reconfigure this existing deck here. And then a new stone patio here with fire pit, new pool, and stepping stones here, and reconfiguring an existing deck area here as well. Pool equipment will be enclosed in this soundproofed or insulated enclosure. And gravel patio or gravel pathway here running along the backside of the house here. Let's see, what else do I have? I wanted to note that there are existing pools in the neighborhood. Right next door here is one here, and 2 others nearby, which may or may not be in the setback, but I just wanted to point those out here. And here is a pool enclosure. And it would be fully insulated, and I wouldn't call it soundproof, but it would be would not be allowed pool equipment. And I think that's all I have for the moment.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone on the ADR have any questions?
Just maybe one, Mark. Could you talk about the patio there that's proposed with the fire pit and where that sort of dining room table is? That's not impervious, or that's not pervious in any way. That's a impervious surface. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bluestone. Yeah, I believe it's bluestone.
Great. No other question.
Looking at the map and seeing the property, it's hard to imagine it's only going to be 40% impervious if this is all built.
And how are you dealing with that big increase in impervious surfaces?
There's if I could show the grading plan here. There is a bioswale that's being installed here next to the pool in this area.
And those 2 corners of the pool are how far from the setbacks?
This one is approximately 3 feet. And the other one is approximately 10 feet.
Okay, thank you. Any other ADR questions before I open it up to the public? Okay, does anyone in the public have any comments about the project, whether you're a neighbor or not?
Again, I can't see, sorry, if you're sharing your screen, if people have their hands raised.
Oh, excuse me.
So if you could just stop sharing, I can let you know, or if anybody else sees people waving their hands.
Thanks.
I do not, I don't see anybody.
No, I don't see anybody either. Okay, well then I guess the ADR can make their comments. Joey, since I know you love pools, would you like to go first?
Oh, sure. I find it really unfair that we just reviewed a pool on a huge lot and we're telling them to take it 2 feet, to completely comply with setbacks. And they bought this very expensive lot that's very big. And now we are even considering approving a pool that's 4 feet out of one setback, 10 feet out of another, increasing the impervious surfaces by so much. I walked onto the property and I just thought there's no room here for a pool. You're literally jamming it in there. I find it really hard to support this. We've turned down many pools just like this that are, I don't even know why we have setbacks. I actually think the town council should reconsider the whole setback issue because it's completely non-conforming and there are no findings for a variance. So to the applicants, I hate to sound so harsh, but our job is very difficult because if we don't find findings, then the next people who come along say, those people got that, why didn't we get this? And we have to kind of adhere to the set of rules that we were given, which are the setbacks, and this is completely non-conforming and there are no findings to support it. So it's hard for me to even start the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Joey. Mark, would you like to go next?
Sure.
Thank
I
you.
tend to agree with Joey on that one. I think that we have a larger problem at hand where we've been asked to approve pools in the setback continuously. The last project might be the one that we've asked to approve it's not actually in the setback, or it was, but we could move it. No, I don't think this lot supports a pool. It just is, it's overbuilt as it is. I think the indication of the impervious surfaces is a great canary in the coal mine for a lot that doesn't support a pool in this particular case. I recognize that there are other lots in the area with pools. I didn't have any comment on those at the time. But yeah, I don't think you can support this. I don't think there are findings that we could make to say that this lot deserves to have a pool that's completely out of setback. Secondly, I would say that there are other elements within the design. I would think the bocce court in the setback, again, sort of unnecessary. If there was to be a pool approved by council, I would say that having the pool equipment, regardless of the soundproofness, which is not a word, but the level of sound attenuation in the enclosure, get it out of the setback. I find it, I will say, I find it unfortunate that applicants decide to burden neighbors with their pool equipment versus burdening themselves and putting it in the center of their lot. If they think it's not making a lot of sound, then put it in the center of your own lot and put it next to your bedroom. So if there was a pool to be moved, I would say that the pool equipment would absolutely have to be out of the setback. Fire pit in the setback, again, I don't see any particular reason to support that. Kind of the list goes on and on. I would also encourage, if again this application went forward, I would encourage that impervious patio paving surface would become pervious, whether it be DG or some other type of material to make it so that that you don't either need or would be more effective, that retention basin that's proposed behind the current pool. So to summarize, I really can't support the pool in this particular project, and there are a number of other factors that go along with that design that the lot seems wildly overbuilt for what it is at this current state.
Thank you, Mark. Laura?
Yeah, hi. So unfortunately, I have to agree. It doesn't seem to fit on this lot. And it's difficult to justify why it would need a variance. So.
Right.
I don't
Thank
have
you.
any Comments.
Stephen?
I'm having a little trouble with this one too, but I think that if there are findings to be made for a variance, they include the small size of a lot, and I know that that's known when you buy a lot, but I think that we have approved pools in setbacks on small lots such as this. There's one on Bolinas that I think we approved, for example. I think that there's a lot of stock in what the neighbors think of it. And I know neighbors come and go, but I was pleased to see Dana Lee's letter that said, look, we live in tight quarters here. The lots are small and we enjoy the noise of children playing. That's just part of the deal when we bought here. And with that spirit, I think that is what we use that spirit to approve a pool in setbacks on the Bolinas project. And so I would encourage the council to examine the notion of patios and pools and decks that are on grade or close to grade in the area in the setbacks, because it makes our job difficult to try to opine on the appropriateness of them in cases like this. I think that there's some case to be made again for a variance based on the hardship of the area of buildability, but that's known at the time of purchase, as Joey mentions. So I would encourage a run at it at council, even though it seems like you're going to get a negative consensus here. And I think that we should challenge the town to re-examine setbacks as they relate to these things.
Thanks, Stephen. I would concur with Mark, Joey, and Laura in that it just doesn't seem like this lot supports a pool. And with Stephen, that you know it's a small lot when you buy it. And if the town council wants to change the rules on setbacks and pools, etc., then great. Then something like this, and if they want to make it based on neighbors and not setbacks, well, then it would be a great project. But as people pointed out, we just asked people to move a pool and a wet bar that was 20 feet from a property line. And here you got a fire pit that's, I don't know, 9-10 feet from the property line, a pool that's 3 feet. So it's really hard to recommend it. So I would not support it just because of that, unless the town council decides to change the rules. And at that time, it would be, a very different story. Okay, thank you. And thank you to the applicants. And we're going to take a 5-minute restroom break for people, and then we'll come back and do 98 Laurel Grove. So anybody that needs to leave for a few minutes, go ahead, and then we'll go on to 98.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, if you just joined us, I can see you looking around confused. We're just taking a 5-minute restroom break in between projects. I'm not sure when you joined us. All right. Hi, Jared, how you doing?
Hey, Mark.
You're busy. You have a lot of projects coming up these last few months.
Yeah, we're really busy. It's good.
That's great.
Yeah. Charlie.
Okay, great. It's been 5 minutes. We're all back now. Why don't we move on to 98 Laurel Grove Avenue? The town can present first, and then the Dwinell's design team can present.
Just give me 1 second. This project is the planning application for 98 Laurel Grove Avenue. Property is about 43,500 square feet with a slope of 23.67%, therefore is not considered a hillside lot. The applicant requests a design review to remodel and expand the existing primary residence, construct new attached trellis structures to that residence, as well as construct a new storage accessory building, pool, associated terrace, and retaining wall, and also to renovate the south side yard and rear yard landscape, basically make some revisions and modifications to that. As part of this project, the storage accessory building, trellis projections, pool, and associated structures will be non-conforming with yard setbacks. The project does require a variance. As I said, the project requires a design review for an increase in impervious surface for over 1,000 square feet, extensions of existing buildings exceeding 200 square feet of new floor, alteration of more than 25% of the exterior, and grading or filling in excess of 50 cubic yards. And thus far, staff has not received any comments on this project from the public. And the slideshow and hand this over to the applicant.
Good evening. Could you put the drawings on the screen? Maybe start with the landscape plan.
I can, yeah. If you have them available, you can also screenshot.
No, just if you don't mind putting them. Well, I'll be brief. This is a lovely house, we think, and this remodel wants to retain the spirit of and the design integrity of that house. The existing floor plans and site plan leave a lot to be desired, but we want to keep the grace and style of the house itself. So the design, in this design, most of the front facade will remain unchanged. Perhaps you could show existing and proposed elevations.
Want to start with the landscape or the elevations?
Well, maybe start with the landscape then. I think you all have the plans, and you can see that the elevations are keeping within the language of the existing house. We obviously wanted to make the floor plans work. Right now, the lower floor is mostly wasted with circulation and a terrible stair. The main floor doesn't relate well to the outside. The kitchen's around the corner from the family room, and the upper floor has 3 bedrooms with a very bizarre floor plan. So we fixed the floor plans, hopefully with this plan, at all 3 levels, and we really want to take advantage of the rear yard. I know it's a little awkward to come right after the last hearing, but we want to optimize the indoor-outdoor part of the house. The kitchen, the breakfast room, and the family room will all flow out to a large terrace that will overlook hopefully the new pool in the yard. The And Jim Bradinini, our landscape architect who's here tonight, has designed what I think is a fantastic backyard. He's sited the pool up against the hillside away from the neighboring houses. And this is a very odd shaped site. And I think probably the reason for a variance for the location of the pool, and that the house at 100 Laurel Grove next door owns the strip of land by the yard. And then that big rectangle to the left of the pool is also owned by those people. And they have signed off letters of support. So they have no problem with this. So Jim cited the pool up against just about 8 feet from the side property line. But this is a big open space hillside that the neighbors have no use for because they can't really access it. And they have no problem with the pool being sited there. Their pool equipment, however, is in a vault that is not in the setback. And this is a large lot. This is not a tiny lot, but it's a large lot with very bizarre shape. So there's very little room that's outside the setback to put a pool. And a minor point, our earlier plans had a storage shed, which you're seeing now. It's a little white rectangle off the yard at the end of the basketball court. And we were worried that also is proposed to be in the setback. So our more current plans, which the town actually has, show no storage unit there. We'd like one. I think it would be great for the Donnells to put their bikes away and storage for the pool. But so if the ADR thought they could support that, we'd certainly like it. But the new plans don't show that storage unit on the site. And that's really what I have to say. Jim Bradinini, like I said, is here, can speak to the pool. We have a bioswale, and our civil engineer has provided for to offset the added impervious surface with the bioswale. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
Do any ADR members have questions for Jared? Or Jared, do you want to go over how much are you changing the facade of the house?
Well, then, if you wouldn't mind, let's put the existing and proposed elevations on. So this is the front facade. Existing is the one on the top. The proposed is the one on the bottom. You can see that, you can see that we're changing some window locations. We're changing the door. The front door is all wood, right? That weird shape is just because that's how the shadow would fall into the door. Then go to the next elevation. You can see how the sides changed. Again, the existing elevations are above, the proposed elevations are below. There is a weird step down sort of enclosed porch along the east facade, which we want to incorporate into the house. You can see there's different window arrangements, so it doesn't look like a porch, but it's actually part of the house. The side door to the garage is an inset. It makes it very difficult to park, so we want to take that inset door out of the garage. Then go to the next elevation. At the back, where we're really making a change, the floor plan sort of has us push the back facade out a few feet, and instead of having sort of a chopped up deck terrace with a big stair, don't go there. We have a very large terrace, again, not in the setback, with a trellis and a fireplace, because that's really where people will live, off the rear yard. So hopefully that explains our changes in the elevation.
Hey, Jared, this is Mark. I'm going to channel Dan Winey here for a moment, and I'm noticing some of the fenestration changes you've made in just the module breakup. So if we go back up 2 sheets, please. To the front, I think. Maybe
the front. The front's at the bottom.
Yeah, this one's fine. Yeah, as an example, I recognize. I just want you to speak to maybe why you notice in the existing you've got highly divided lights, and in the proposal you have a much more open schema. So maybe just talk about that.
Sure. The windows, the quote existing windows, are aluminum windows that were probably added in the 60s or 70s. They're not the old windows from the original house, and they just don't fit. I think that division is too fine a division, and our clients, and I agree with them, wanted a little more gracious, little less chopped up window configuration. So we have, and we tried all sorts of different Muntin configurations. And I believe, and I agree with my clients, that this is a better window configuration than the tiny little panes that existed, that are now existing.
And these are wood clad?
Wood clad, wood, yes, wood windows clad in aluminum.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Jared before we move on to the James and the landscaping?
I just quick question while we're on this elevation, the entry door, is that just glass? Or-
No, that's the problem with this, with the software. That's a wood door.
Okay.
And the way the shadow works, it looks like a little sort of rectangle of wood with glass. It's the solid wood door.
Got it.
It's not glass. I had the same question this morning. What's going on?
And Jared, one more question. I apologize on the site
Sure.
plan. You mentioned that 100 Laurel Grove owns that unusual rectilinear piece of
Yes.
property.
They own the land to the east, to the south,
east.
and to the west. They own it's their lot. Oh, no, go back to the last one. Their lot, you can see it wraps, their lot wraps around this lot. So that big rectangle next to the pool is actually the back end, an unusable end, and a hillside end of their lot. So they have absolutely no problem with this pool location and have written a letter of support. It is sort of a strange configuration.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Thanks. Okay, let's proceed with the landscaping.
Good evening. Jim Bradnany here. So I think if your landscape plans are 3D renderings really display the landscape probably most effectively. And we do have, so we've got really kind of all of the elevations here, somewhat cartoonish, but I think it does sort of convey all the different elevation aspects of the project. The front entry, for the most part, doesn't change significantly. From a landscape standpoint, what we're doing is really adding more accent trees and really directing everybody to the front door, which the current configuration doesn't do that very effectively. The most significant change is really making use of the backyard, which previously was a big sloping lawn area, access from that patio terrace that Jared described off the back of the house. We're going to continue to use that lawn area. What we want to do is add the pool, make that a much more usable space for the family. And quite frankly, the pool is going to be much safer, child friendly, that all of those aspects as well, with the safety cover, all of which the existing pool that's on the site now does not have. There's another slide if we go to the next.
Actually, I'm sorry, James, before we go away from that, I have a question that is actually for Jared. On the upper left corner driveway view, is that accurate on the side of the garage? There are no windows there, and that's just a long solid wall with that door there?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry, you can go on now, James.
Let's go to sheet or page 15. So this illustrates both the entry, which you can see up in the upper left corner, again, adding more landscape to the approach to the front door. The 3 renderings in the backyard display the pool. In this case, we're using what is currently a rock wall at the end of the lawn area. We're going to make that part of the pool. So the back of the pool, in effect, is holding that part of the hillside up, and we'll do our wonderful pool forward of that. It's not a huge pool. It's 18 feet wide by 32 feet. But I think it really makes sufficient use of the space that we have and provides a nice green space there as well. At the end of the lawn, we are adding some additional screen trees that are going to provide additional privacy to that property that sort of wraps around our site. That's really all I have to describe the landscape. I'm happy to bear down on other questions you might have, but that I think explains it.
Let me go back to just the same point here, sorry. Next to the basketball hoop, it looks like there are 2 windows there on the side of the garage in this rendering.
Those were removed later in the design process.
Yeah, our landscape renderings here may not be accurate to what Jared ultimately ended up with on those.
Okay.
So it's more massing.
Thanks, sorry.
Yeah.
One more clarifying question. We're looking at this rear yard, let's say the bottom left-hand rendering, or maybe even the right-hand rendering. There's a retaining wall that abuts that odd rectangular piece of property. Can you tell me how tall that retaining wall is? I can't exactly discern how tall it is.
So that that wall along, it's actually a raised bond beam for the pool, is going to be in the neighborhood of 60 inches. So that's the height that we're anticipating. And it would make.
And I'm not talking about the one that abuts the pool directly. I'm actually talking about the perpendicular wall that is, against the long end.
In the yard. Oh, on the
yes, in the
downhill
yard.
side. That wall basically starts out at 0 and ends up maybe 24 inches the back end of the lawn.
Oh, quite short. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. That effectively levels the backyard, but by building a 24-inch wall.
Got it. Thank you.
Are there any more ADR questions for any of the design team before I open it up to the public?
I just have a quick question for the architect on that raised terrace balcony. There was one there before. Is this one? This one steps forward how many feet? And it's at the same height as the previous one, right?
It's the same height and it's the same depth, but it's longer. The other one was just on the east side, and this one stretches all the way across.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm going to open it up to the public now. If anybody has any comments or questions of the design team or the owners.
If somebody could check for me, again, I can't see everybody when someone's.
I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the ADR for comments. I can go first this time. I think this project points out, or once again, that Stephen's earlier point on how it might not be appropriate to be so concerned about setbacks for pools. This is actually something I do support, even though it isn't a setback, because it's so far away from any other structures and houses, and it's an irregularly shaped lot. I think part of the difference here is that it is such an irregularly shaped lot, and that even with this new pool, it's still a relatively low build out of impervious surfaces. But I think it sort of validates Stephen's point further about those setbacks. I'm fine with the architecture of the house. I think that the architects here will have some good comments. My only comment is that one wall seems very stark with those 2 windows missing. And I think about putting 1 or 2 of those back for aesthetics, but I'd like to hear the comments of some of the architects on that. Who'd like to go next?
I'm happy to. This is Stephen.
Thanks, Stephen.
Let's see. I think that the pool, I guess it requires a variance in this position, but I think it's completely supportable given the irregular configuration of the lots and kind of the relationship to the neighboring property and kind of how the property lines work there. So I think that the variance is supportable for the pool. I agree with you, Mark, that the east elevation feels a little blank. I feel like that doesn't exhibit excellence of design. I think it's a little blank and could use the windows put back perhaps. Also, I think there's a set of French doors or French, a single door or pair of doors near the corner whose head does not align with the neighboring window, and it kind of just it bugs a little bit, and maybe those could be aligned. The lack of detail on the lower part of that facade makes me want to put in a belly band, which I know is not present on the house anywhere, or maybe put back the windows as Mark suggested. So I think that was a good suggestion, but somehow it's a little too blank there. So I would suggest some articulation on that facade. I don't see a substantiation or I don't know that I could make the findings for the storage structure. So I think it was a good move to remove it. And I would encourage finding some solution that's within the setback, within the buildable area. On the divided lights, I know Mark brought that up. I find there to be a really nice consistency in the module that you've used around the building. And so I think it looks great to have them larger. I think it's a little fresher. And as long as that module is consistent around the house, which it looks like you strove to make it consistent, I think that looks great. That's it.
Thanks, Stephen. Who would like to go next?
I can go, Mark. Could we go to sheet 3.2 just because I think it's a good set of renderings to take a look at that corner. I concur with Stephen. The shed, I wouldn't be able to support. This is great. I wouldn't be able to support that shed in its current location, so glad that's gone. And just to clarify, I asked about the muttons and mullions, the breakdown, just to get, I wanted to hear Jared's thought behind it, but I actually agree with Stephen 100%. I think it kind of lightens the house a little bit, not to be so overburdened with too many divided lights. I can absolutely support the pool in this particular location based upon the findings of that unusual configuration of the lot where there's really an empty lot behind them that's more or less unbuildable. So I can support the findings of the pool location. I think I wanted to address the image on upper left there, number 1. I don't have as much problem with the blank facade in the bottom corner, although I think there could be something done there. I actually have an issue with just the massing of that roof, how it turns the corner. I know that was an open, I think that's a filled in piece of square footage from a balcony or an open terrace. I'm just not convinced that that's well resolved. Somehow you've got a lot of hips in this particular design, right? That this style lends itself to hips versus this sort of truncated shed-like look. So I think that there's work to be done on that corner transition of that roof as it comes around.
Yeah.
And I'm not actually sure what the solution there is, but it's not working for me. And that being kind of a primary visual entrance or viewpoint that you will perceive, it seems like there could be a little more work done in that particular corner condition. And I think those are my only comments.
Joey, Laura?
I don't have too much to add, really. I agree. I like the new window layouts and design or style. I think maybe with the garage wall the blank garage wall that everyone's talking about, perhaps just some sort of screening planting could be added to sort of give that a more interesting look. And then regarding the pool location, I actually do think that there would be findings for a variance based on what others stated with not having a house that's right there, just basically empty lot at the lot line that it's located at, and they're a regular shaped lot. So I would support that. Thank you.
Laura?
Okay, I just realized I was on mute. I kept trying to interject, but I will go last. And I think it's a great design. I can make findings for the pool location because of what everyone else said. There's basically on both sides undevelopable lots. So there is a finding for that being in the setback there. And it also the fact it's kind of sunk down and it's at a lower level than the lot above it. So I can definitely make findings for that. I think I cannot make findings for the shed in the setback. There's really no reason that has to be there. One idea I just had for the resolution of that blank facade on the side of the garage is an idea of bringing the stone from the entryway around as a base and then kind of a plinth at the back of the house where the deck, the porch sat on a base of stone and then that wrapped around to the front of the house and somehow joined with the stone at the front entryway. It might break up that large expanse of stucco, even though that's existing and it's pretty attractive. That could be something to explore, but I can pretty much support the project as designed without the storage shed.
Okay, thanks, Joey. So Rebecca, you've got all that. Everybody supports the pool and the vast majority of the project with just a small few recommendations for the garage wall, etc.
Yeah, you cut out, but I did get all of the comments. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry about my internet connection, and thank you to the Dwinells and their design team. And we can now move on to 18 Madrona.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So would the town like to present 18 Madrona?
Yes, that is me. Okay, can everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay, good evening once again. Project is at 18 Madrona Avenue. The property is about 24,500 square feet with a slope of about 16.7, which is not considered a hillside lot. Tonight, the project at 18 Madrona proposes to add 1,983 square feet to the existing single-family home. The project includes retaining the existing dwelling's footprint and adding on to the existing structure on the first and second stories, creating a home that is more modern in appearance. The existing pool and trellis will remain, and new patios, a deck over the garage, and outdoor dining areas are proposed. The existing home is somewhat outdated and will essentially receive a quote-unquote facelift to appear more modern in design. The house design includes large eaves, natural tone sandstone masonry, cedar siding, and metal railings. The driveway is proposed to be widened slightly at the bottom and repaved if necessary after construction. The entitlements that they are seeking are design review and a demolition permit. Staff has received emails from the neighbors at 10, 14, 15, and 16 Madrona, all in support of the project. Staff is requesting that the ADR group conduct the public hearing and make a formal recommendation to the town council tonight. Thank you.
Mark, you're on mute, I think.
Thank you. Now the Bailey's design team can do their presentation. Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah, let me. Sean, you should be able to share your screen now.
Okay, great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The owner, Peter, was going to say something quickly to start.
I think in the interest of time, let's just keep going. I don't want to keep anyone later than necessary. So Sean, just roll on.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, I'll try to be concise as well, because I know we're late in the proceedings. All right, so let me share the presentation here. Okay, so I just want to thank the board for hearing our project tonight, and thank Rebecca and Matthew, the planners that helped get us here to today. I've had the good fortune of working with Christine and Peter on this project, and this design is as much a product of their great input and feedback, and it's been a really great experience working with them. So I think I'll skip a lot of the data that Rebecca covered in terms of the planning code stuff, but we definitely came in not wanting to come in with any variances. So we are kind of maxing out our FAR, but we strategically didn't want to come in with any variances. So this slide, for the board members that got to go visit the house, these are a couple photos of it. It was built in the early 60s, and it's got some mid-century modern charm, but it also, parts of it have not aged gracefully, and it's certainly in need of some upgrades in a lot of respects. So we did try to keep some of the character of that mid-century architecture and do it in a more modern and sustainable way. So site plan here, the red outline is the existing footprint. So as Rebecca covered, we are proposing to expand in 2 of the 4 orientations. There is an existing pool and patio at the back, which we are proposing to keep. And then there's the trellis area and pool equipment that we are proposing to repair, but keep the same height and size. And the driveway is getting a little bit bigger at the end, but we basically kept the exact same approach, and the garage is in essentially the same spot it is now. So quickly, a couple of the goals we set out, the architectural vocabulary of the home. We wanted to do something that blends into the natural beauty of the site. So that came with the material palette, trying to choose something that is very natural in the colors and tones, and sort of complements the beautiful tree filtered beauty of the site. We did want to do something that is more modern, that's forward looking, but also is contextual to the neighborhood fabric and the rich history that Ross has. So hopefully this design is appropriate and can be modern, but also contextual at the same time. And we want to do something that was integrated with the landscape and that was appropriate in terms of height and bulk that neighbors would approve of. And also wanted to create something that is sustainable and reliant on solar energy and easy to maintain and built to last for the owners, Peter and Christine. Quickly, materials, we're proposing a Western red cedar, vertically oriented, that would have a clear sealer, a sandstone that would be a light beige color, and then a cementitious plaster at the base that would be a warm gray, and then it would be a powder coated black steel. You can see some of the steel fascia and the structure that's exposed, and then bronze anodized windows. I'll quickly go through a couple of renderings here that show. So that's the driveway approach. It shows the garage under a proposed trellis, and then you see the kitchen, breakfast nook, and entry at the top level there. This would be if you're coming into the driveway, that shows that new shed roof that would have that cantilevered form that protects the entry steps up to the main entry. This is a view from Madrona Avenue, looking back up at it, that shows it sort of in context with the trees that would remain. Quickly on the plans, it's a 2-car garage. There are 2 bedrooms and an exercise room and a rec room on the bottom level. And then the upper level is the main living spaces. So there's a kitchen, breakfast nook, dining, living room, and the primary bedroom and 2 other bedrooms. These are the elevations. So I'll quickly go through these in the interest of time. And then I didn't mention the landscape architect, John Martin with Studio Green. They've been instrumental in the design on this, and I think brought a lot to the design table on this. So we appreciate their efforts. I'm not going to go over that unless there are specific questions in the interest of time. But with that, I'm going to close, and I just want to thank the board for their time, and we're looking forward to hearing your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Do any of the ADR members have questions for the design team?
I have a quick one. This is Stephen. It'd be great to see, and I'm sorry if it's really clear and I haven't read it or don't understand it yet, it'd be good to see the heights inside the section of the building in a short or transverse section.
Sure. So yeah, I'll pull it up, but it's because the shed roof, it goes from 11 to 14 at the most in that stair tower. That's the furthest point out. So those are the main living spaces. So they do have generous ceilings, but we thought 11 up to 14 is appropriate to that kind of open plan living for those main living spaces.
And so the stair protrudes farther than other items, so then maybe it's a little less in other rooms, do you reckon?
That's correct, yeah. Maybe I can pull up the plan here. Yeah, so exactly, the stair is the furthest out, so that would be the highest ceiling of that shed roof. And I believe it's a 14 at that point, and then we set it at 11, but then there's also the drop beams. So I think the bottom of the beams are 10 at the back, and then it's 11 there.
There it is. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions for the design team? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public then. Are there any members of the public that have any comments or questions about this project? Okay, I will then bring it back to the ADR for comment. This is the only time we'll ever have, each person gets to go first on one project. Laura, have you not gone first tonight? Who has not gone first? There are 5 projects and 5 of us.
I don't think.
Oh, I have to recuse myself from this one. It's very close to my house.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Laura, would you like to go first?
Sure, yeah, I don't think I have. So I would, yeah, I think this, I think this is a great design. I love the new style of the house, the renderings. It seems like the owners really took care to be considerate with not requesting variances unnecessarily, and trying to, you know, follow the rules of the town. I think I guess one kind of question was just that pool storage shed. But it seems like it's just, they're just rebuilding what was there. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's where this big pool equipment is. We are rebuilding it, but the location would be in the exact location and size would be matching existing.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful design. I mean, initially when I first saw the render, it almost looked like it was 2 units because of that vertical masonry wall. But I can understand the desire to kind of add some layers to the elevations. And so, yeah, I am fully supportive of the project.
Okay. Sean, during my comments, could you do me a favor and pull up the materials that you had shown us that screen already?
Sure. Yeah. You see that?
Yes. So in regards to the whole project, I like it. I think it's going to be a great improvement and I support it. My only concern, and I'd like to actually hear, and maybe even Laura can chime in on this if she feels she'd like to. I'm a little concerned that some of these materials, such as number 2, the 3-coat super smooth cement plaster, and even some of the lighter Western red cedar might end up being very reflective just because it's such a south-facing property. And I'd hate for you to build such a lovely structure, and then when you drive up to it, I know it's sort of shady there, but I think this is a good representation of the afternoon sun. You won't want it to be reflecting off into your eyes from the street. And so I think you should be sort of aware and cautious of that as you're picking out the exact materials. And I think Stephen and Mark and Laura would have a better, be able to foresee what that would be like better than I can. And those are the only comments I have.
Mark?
Stephen, you want to go or do you want me to go?
I want you to go first.
Okay.
You're ready.
Yeah. So this is a really interesting project. Number one, I think the design is actually quite, I really like the massing. I like the articulation. However, I'm going to go a little bit contrary here. What I struggle with in relationship to what I enjoy, what I'm seeing on the screen here. What I'm seeing on the screen here is not reality, right? We're 10 feet below this image. So we have a few renderings of what you perceive from the street level. When I saw the story poles, I had to kind of go back and double check the drawings. I was sort of, I was surprised at how imposing that facade is on that street. So what struck me, and I'm struggling a little bit to how to articulate this, right? You've chosen a roof form, a shed roof form, which I think works well with this aesthetic, but is actually exacerbating the front facade impression on the street. It is adding an additional height, bulk, and mass to that street front that I think is not in keeping with the character of that particular street. So while I enjoy this design, I wish it was 15 feet lower so that the mass of this building is not so much raised up on a plinth. And I especially have it challenged, and I appreciate the architecture of this and the sort of symmetry of this, the overhang over the entry stairs, right? That is, it's a nice move. I appreciate it, but it is, it's pretty, in scale, it's pretty large in relationship to this particular siting. So what I'm trying to articulate here, and I apologize for my inarticulation, but I'm trying to articulate, I think you've chosen an orientation for this shed roof that doesn't do the site justice. It is actually, one of our design guidelines is to try to blend in with hillside lots. I know this isn't a traditional hillside, but it's on a hill. We try to embed the buildings in so that they don't protrude unnecessarily into the hillside. And in this particular case, you've chosen a roof form, which I like, and I like the design, is exacerbating that problem. And then I went to look for, okay, well, why are they doing that? Are they doing that for solar? No, it faces the wrong way. Okay, so it's really, I couldn't come up with a rationale why that this massing is going to fit within this particular site. That's what I struggle with. I like the materials. To comment on Mark's point, I don't think that it'll be reflective. The red cedar should absorb more than it should reflect. So I don't have a particular problem with that. However, I do have a concern about this being a giant lantern on the hill. There's a tremendous amount of glass in this front facade. I recognize we have a few screening, sort of screens that are trying to minimize the amount of southern exposure, but there's, you look at just the amount of glass on that front facade that we're looking at here on this particular screen, it's going to be incredibly bright on that hillside. It now is a large mass of light. So I am concerned about that a little bit compared to what is there today, which is set back much further and lower in its front facade elevation. Now, I want to be clear, I don't really like what's there today, and this is a vast improvement. However, it comes with the penalty of increasing that mass on what is a hill, because your procession up to this home is from below and significantly below. You can see it with the story poles that sit there today. They're up awfully high off the ground, and I think that I struggle with supporting that mass on this particular site. I like the articulation of that mass. I like the way you've broken up the massing and you've broken up the facade. You've introduced different materials. All that's fantastic. I'm just not sure it's appropriate for where this is. I kind of want to do a mirror and see what it looks like with that actually projecting upwards, you would almost not perceive the roof. The front facade may be minimized, but you would actually get more on the back side of the home, where you're actually probably going to spend more time on the pool area in lieu of having the tallest elevation on the front. I'm not sure that comment ultimately helps you. I just think that when I saw those story poles, I thought, wow, that is a that's not working with the hillside as far as massing goes. I'm not sure I have anything else other to comment. I'm concerned about the lantern effect. I'm concerned about that massing on the hill, and it isn't fitting with our design guidelines to step sort of back into the hillside and instead of sitting sort of more prominently. So Stephen, I'll pass it to you.
Okay, thanks. I think the design is really lovely. I think it looks great. The materials are great. The articulation is great. The desire to create a contemporary language is works with these really beautiful natural materials. Mark, I don't have concern about the light colored stucco or plaster finish. I understand what you're thinking about, but I think the wood will weather, and I think it's going to fit right in. But I agree with you, Mark, that the story poles just seem really tall. They take away a lot of the sky. And if, of course, we don't want to design the project or make big design suggestions for you, but if you said, oh, hey, we can flip the roof to go down with the topography, I would say I would wholeheartedly support it as that with that modification. And so that's why I asked about the section heights, because I'm trying to, I know that it's flush out to the pool. I'm trying to get 4 feet or 5 feet out of the height just at that front edge, because I took a few photos of the story poles and they feel really tall there. And so if the roof could lower, but then I don't want to suggest that you pinch too much the dimension out to the pool patio. So I think it's a great suggestion, Mark, to have the roof slope with the hillside. But we don't want to design the project. And if there's another way that to minimize the height of that roof line, you mentioned, Mark, also the way that it covers the entrance, which is a cool feature and really nice. But again, it creates this kind of looming edge. So I'm just uncomfortable enough with the bulk of it in terms of the story pole along this from the street perspective to suggest that there be some modification before I can endorse it to the council. But I think it's darn lovely.
Would there be an opportunity to just briefly address these comments? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Chrissy, do you want to go ahead, chime in?
Hi, everyone. I'm Christine. So I just wanted to address both Stephen and Mark's comment about the roof. So we actually, we had a lot of the sort of thoughts that you all had in the original design of the home, but I'd like to point out that Madrona as a street is a very unique street in this part of town. Folks actually walk on Madrona in lieu of walking on Lagunitas during the summer months because we get so much more shade. When you walk from Willow onto Madrona in the summer, that it feels like the temperature drops a solid 10 degrees when you come onto our street. The translation of that in the winter is that for a large chunk of the year, we get very little sunlight in the front of our property. And that is a majority of the months of the year that we get very little sunlight. And so the front of our property almost gets no sun at all, which is a blessing in the summer months for our kids to run around in the trees. But in the winter, it is soggy, wet, and our driveway actually ends up completely covered in moss because we get so little light. And so part of the thought with the roof angling upward was that we're trying to capture light into the home in the winter months. The backyard of our home gets a ton of direct sunlight, and our house today was miserable. We don't have air conditioning right now in the current home. And it gets hot and a lot of direct sunlight. So the lower angled roof was to lessen some of the sunlight that comes into the home in those months and to capture more light into the home in the winter months. And so that was the thinking and the reason why we chose to angle the roof the way that we did. That nook where that breakfast nook is, originally in the designs, we actually weren't going to have windows there, but there's a porch there, and it is for us the most romantic view of the trees from that particular window. And so again, we just wanted to capture as much of that view and that light as we possibly could. And I would like to know from a neighbor's perspective, you know, we are not intruding on, you know, particularly our neighbors to the right. If you're looking, well, if you're looking at the house from the street, if you're
on the
looking to
western
left.
boundary.
I'd also like to point out that it's our intention from a landscaping standpoint to put a fence along the front of the property, and we do intend privacy is incredibly important to us, and we do want to grow podocarpus or pittosporum or something that grows up very, very tall that will minimize the impact of the building to the street and create a sort of a green screen along the streetway to sort of lessen, I think, some of the impact that you're feeling, which will be more from the standpoint of the driveway because the street does slope down from that side of Madrona.
Is that in the landscape plan, the planting the hedge? Because taking the base off of the kind of the composition would be really helpful, I think. You know, the picture that I have of the story poles shows like kind of the bare hill and then some low planting, but all of the facade is visible today when you're walking or driving. And so with the planting plan, does it currently exhibit that planting that you're describing?
Some of it, but not all of it.
Some of it, but not all of it. And it was actually something we'd mentioned to Sean in advance of this meeting, was to say, you know, it is our intention we hadn't decided exactly what planting we wanted to put along the fence, whether it was laurels or pittosporum or podocarpus, but something that grows up, you know, a minimum of say 15 feet along that fence line to create, you know, what we'd ideally like is that when someone walks down the street or walks up the street, they barely see the home at all. And by our calculations, standing in the street on either end of the property, if you have something that's, you know, approximately 15 feet from ground height, you would cover most of the home. You'd see maybe at the lower end of the property a smidge of the roof, but on the upper side, on the driveway part of the property, it would be almost entirely obscured, save for the part where the car driveway is.
You guys, oh, I'm sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to ask you, Stephen, and Mark, Fritz, if that was, instead of just being a talking point, if that was actually sort of a condition on the property that they have that kind of planting that the Bergs just described along the property line prior to them going to town council, would that be enough of a mitigating factor that you would then be supportive of it, how it is proposed architecturally?
Mm-hmm. I was going to ask one additional question about the overhang of the roof. And I'm not familiar with the exact orientation, how due south this facade is or not. But if it's due south, it doesn't require very much overhang to shield in the summer. And so I was wondering, you know, if I look at the floor plan and look at the dotted line that designates the roof, it's very, very far overhung from all of the facades, except for the staircase, I guess it is, and I don't know the dimension there. And so is all of it necessary, do you think? Or do you think a modification, and I don't want to put you on the spot to redesign the roof line right now, but do you think that it's necessary to shade in the summer to do that big of an overhang?
Yeah, I could speak to that. I think, yeah, it would be a discussion between Peter and Christina and I, but I think when the story poles went up, we all felt collectively that possibly that could be brought back. And you're right, it is south facing. I do think this rendering is deceptive. It really is in shade quite a bit more. And before we go before the town council, I think if we can accurately represent the landscape screening, it would be quite different. But to answer your original question, I do think we could look at scaling back some of the length of the cantilever roofs. And the other point I wanted to make is for budget reasons, we are keeping the floor elevations at the same heights. So that's going to help us out. You know, I know that inclination to just push it down further in the site. I think cost implications that could be a challenge. So that's part of the reason we set out the elevations. But I do think reducing some of the cantilevers may reduce the feeling of that mass and bulk up there. So we can definitely talk about that one.
So Mark, Fritz, a question to, I guess, both of us out loud is, are there some modifications that we could suggest that are finite enough or clear enough that we could suggest approval or recommend approval rather, if they were followed? Or would you recommend that the sponsor and the architect think about our comments and come back with a revision if they care to make one, or they could proceed to council with our kind of expressed nervousness about this issue? What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I have some thoughts, I guess. One, I've never been a fan of leveraging landscape to try to cover up mass. I think that's while that can work in very, very minor occurrences, you're talking about a deep shade area. It's not, whatever we plant there is not going to be incredibly dense, and it relies on maintenance and watering, et cetera, et cetera. So I always like to look at the architecture, devoid of sort of cover up landscaping. And that's something we see often. It's not just an example here. You're like, oh, we'll put a bush in front of that or a series of trees in front of that because it's not what we think fits the site. So while that may help, I think I wouldn't rely on that to mitigate the overall bulk and mass of the building, because it's the building exists and the trees can die and get cut down. So to Stephen, to your question, yeah, I think there are ways to mitigate this. I don't want to present design options as something you need to follow, but I think there is an impression as you walk up that street and you look at those story poles that it is out of scale with that hillside lot. I looked at those sections, and you're not above a 30-foot height limit, so you're within your in the guidelines. But I sense that there would have to be more than just a minor tweak to make this fit that particular relationship with the road and the site so much above. And I respect, don't change the floor heights, et cetera, et cetera. All those things are very valuable. And I also understand the desire to open up more to one elevation than the other based on solar gain and whatnot. So while I respect those opinions and thoughts and design criteria, I'm not sure it fits this site exactly. So to Stephen, to your answer, I'd have to see it, right? It's one of those things like, as we could present or recommend some tweaks, but when we've done that in the past, most of the applicants have made very small, minor changes that don't fundamentally address the issue that was brought up. So, this isn't a 1 foot change in elevation. This is the projections from this from the roof. I think they might be 8 to 10 feet on the northern boundary or the western boundary there. That's substantial. So you'd want to see something substantive that doesn't take away from what is actually a well-articulated building. So that challenge is there for the owners and the design team. So Stephen, I'm not sure how to answer it other than I'd have to see it to believe it, and be reflected in the story poles that are on the site today.
Yeah, to summarize, I'm asking, would you want to see it again?
Well, I do, but I also don't want to delay their process. It's always a process to do this, right? So ideally you'd want to see those material changes to minimize that bulk and mass on that hillside.
I have a comment thought just for the Bergs and Sean. Having designed a couple homes and owning a south-facing home with very large windows, something Mark just said sticks out to me, which is in our house, which is up in the mountains. As far as the solar is concerned, it gets too hot in the summer. And when you have big south-facing windows, you end up using a lot more air conditioning and often wanting to close curtains and or shades, electric or otherwise, just to keep the sun out. Whereas if you reverse that roof the mirror image, which was Mark's original thought, you'd open yourselves up much more to the pool and you'd still get nice views out of it. But instead of windows, and it looks like the windows are maybe 14 feet tall where those sliding glass doors are. I'm not sure, but if you had those be, 8 feet tall, you'd still be able to look out large windows, but not have the solar effect in the summer of heating up your house and needing more air conditioning. Just a thought.
Just
These points are well taken, but we've lived here for 18 months and have learned a little bit about the site as a result.
yeah, I mean, I would say that although this home is south facing, it doesn't the amount of heat that we get from sunlight doesn't match normal south facing homes. We're in a valley and it is significantly cooler here. Even on a day when it was north of 100 degrees, we open up the windows on the south side of the home because that's where we get our cool air from. And we actually asked in the design to make some of these windows open so that we could allow that cool air coming in from the south side of our home. And that's just something that is really unique about Madrona Avenue and something we didn't even understand when we moved in here, and are grateful actually that this project has taken way longer than we thought it would to get to where we are. But the byproduct of that is that we really understand the weather, the unique micro weather system that exists on this street that really dictated a lot of the design of this home.
If you, this may be counterintuitive, but if you actually look at the bird's eye view of the site map, the sun in the summer comes from behind the pool and shines into our living room. So actually, when I'm sitting in the dining room, I'm getting an eye full of sunshine from behind the pool.
Yeah,
and so all of the heat, in the, basically, I mean, ironically, it's the longest day of the year today. But all of the heat and light comes from that direction in the summer. And very little, I mean, the sun in the winter, by contrast, even though we're south facing, barely even clears the top of the trees on the hill, that because we have a hill behind us that borders with Kentfield. The sun barely even crests over those treetops.
And actually, you guys recently heard a project, the 3 Willow Hill with the pool, and there were some neighbors that had some strong opinions about noise. I mean, that noise also speaks to just the weather conditions down here. We are in a valley on this street. And so the weather sort of sits down here, just like noise travels down here and is articulated very clearly. And so it's just, yeah, as my husband said, as Peter said, we don't get any direct light coming in the south side of the house in the summer.
It's all from the backyard. It's all from the backyard, actually. Yeah.
Are there going to be public comments on this?
We've already gone through that and we're to the ADR comments now.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm on ADR. I have to recuse myself because it's 2 houses away, but I didn't jump in on the public comments, which I might be able to opine. I just really think the ADR needs to realize what that street is like. I lived up on Willow Hill for 15 years and I walk my dog around that street every single day. It's very shady and there's almost really no one across the street from them. So the lantern effect it's not really applicable here. And that house gets almost no sun in the front. And I personally think, as a neighbor, I forgot to jump in on the public comments, but this is a really well done project for a tough site. Their pool deck is the only place that gets sun there. So I would encourage you to actually spend some time on that street, some serious time. It's very cold and dark.
Yeah, I will confess that when we first moved here, we had some different ideas, and our ideas have changed significantly to the current design as a function of having lived here for, a year and a half now. And a lot of that has been informed precisely by the sun and weather patterns.
Yeah, and so much so that my husband is we're really big advocates of solar energy and battery panels. And yeah, this roof isn't ideally oriented, necessarily for that on parts of the roof. So, but
there are ways of getting
around
there.
that, but it's but this roof was really designed because of the nature of the street that we live on and the microclimate that we find ourselves in.
Okay.
Do you think that the overhangs are necessary to create the effect of, certainly not of gathering the sun, but do you think that overhangs are necessary for that? In other words, the blue story pole is the facade, as I understand it. Is that true? And the orange one is the overhang. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think we wanted to do that because the story poles are misleading when they're at the edge of the roof. The actual envelope of the building is set
Correct.
back substantially. Tried to
Sure.
color code it in a way that shows that.
Sure, I understand it. If there were no overhang, which would not look good, I think it would reduce its apparent bulk and mass though from the streets so much. And Mark, do you think that if the roof still sloped upward towards the street, that if the roof line were modified, were cut back somewhat, and maybe some height were taken out of the plate line at the high side, that it could work for you?
That's a possibility. As I look at those story poles, the red tape line is, visually substantially higher, because you're looking from below at that at the mast. So again, I don't argue with the solar impact. I don't argue with the light. Like none of that is, you've lived there. I haven't lived there, and I understand living in a canyon. It is, my comments were based upon bulk and mass because of the siting of the building up on a rise that's 10 to 15 feet up. As you approach that building, it's based on the overhangs and the height of that front facade wall. You end up with a mass that is, in my opinion, disproportionate to the site and the siting of the home. Stephen, if sure, cutting back that red tape, the current red story pole tape, would absolutely reduce the overall bulk and mass of that building, 100%. How much of an impact that would make, that's to be seen.
Well, it does seem if there's such a lack of sun there in both the summer and the winter, that then the overhang is not near as necessary as it might be in places that get a lot more direct sun.
Yeah,
So I think
there's look at pulling that back and potentially even just taking that whole shed roof and pushing it down a little bit. So I don't want to speak for Peter and Christine, but I think that would be something we'd look at. I mentioned it, but we are trying to cover the entry steps up to the entry. But again, it could be pulled back and still accomplish that. But I don't know, Peter and Christine, does that sound in line with your guys' approach on this?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I don't want to put you guys on the spot to negotiate. I'm just trying to kind of try to give as much guidance as possible so that we, you can either come back with a revision or go to council with a revision or something that kind of feels like it has more of our wholehearted endorsement. Do you understand it? So
we actually appreciate the feedback. I think our sincere hope is that we can arrive at some sort of compromise that allows us to proceed to council, because this has been a rather protracted process. So if we can, come to some sort of I think specific feedback, like you're saying, is helpful for us to incorporate. You gonna say something?
Yeah, I mean, we have discussed since the story poles went up, lowering the roof height by somewhere around 18 inches to 2 feet, the red, and then taking it from the driveway side inward by about 3 to 4 feet. And in terms of it covering the entryway, for what it's worth, that matches a covered balcony on the current structure, which is basically where I live in my office. It was kind of a sort of a big dream of mine to Sean to have somewhat of a covered patio on a home, and creating that on this home was really challenging. But I know you're dealing with massing and not what my wants and desires are necessarily. But the reason for covering the entryway was I wanted a covered place to sit in the winter months. And so, but if we took it in from the driveway, somewhere around 3 to 4 feet and took it down something like 18 inches to 2 feet, I know we can see from the shadows that that would reduce the massing on that side of the house. We've kind of we've modeled that out ourselves because
Sorry, go ahead.
no, just because it was, yeah, I mean, it was initially, yeah, I mean, it was just something we talked about.
I mean, that would make a huge difference in the massing. I'm not sure what Stephen and Mark think about that, but certainly going back 3 to 4 feet and lowering something by 18 inches would make a huge difference looking at it from the street.
Yeah, I would concur. I would just also offer up the option that what you've designed here is a very simple shed that cuts across the entire building, which I appreciate the simplicity and allows the forms to push and pull and migrate beneath it, right? So there's something that's very simple and then things that are moving beneath it. So it's very elegant. And I want to make sure I compliment that because I really like it. Maybe, if you're throwing ideas out there, you want to study that, there's a slightly different roof treatment to what is essentially kind of almost 2 sides of the building, right? So take a look at different ways that either the eave can be, moved back or compressed or lowered or bent. There are lots of because you're using this aesthetic, this sort of modern home aesthetic, there are lots of unique ways you can manipulate a roof form to accomplish a reduced bulk and mass while it's still being modern, while it's still providing coverage that you want, and remaining true to the aesthetic of the building. There are lots of examples of that, but while I appreciate the single move, I'm not sure I would be religious to that and see what you could come up with that accomplishes your goals, that also breaks up and brings down the mass in a variety of ways. So I think there are options here for sure. I just wanted to make sure that as we recommend this project, in its current form, with the current overhangs or the current height, it is, it's not fitting within the context of the lot. That was my go ahead. And I know you guys can solve that architecturally. I'm sure you can. So that would be my recommendation. Give it a shot.
And Stephen and Mark, just so we can sort of wrap this up and help out the Bergs at the same time.
Yeah.
Even if they change the roof form slightly, but we're able to do what the Bergs just suggested of lowering it by 18 inches and bringing it back 3 to 4 feet, would you then be able to support the project in regards to the bulk and mass, as you're already supporting it very much as far as the overall architectural quality of it? Or is it something that you don't really feel comfortable saying that and would want to see it again anyway?
Well, and I don't know if Mark's willing to make this offer, but in past, when it's kind of close, it's on the bubble and we can't quite kind of get consensus, we've volunteered to look at a revision offline with the project sponsor and architect, look at a revision. And then if we can't, because it sounds like, Mark, you supported it as drawn and
Laura,
thank you, geez. And Laura did too. And so, thank you, Mark. And so, if we could look at a revision offline more quickly than a cycle of ADR, then maybe we could do that.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think it's great you're willing to do that. And really, once you two have pointed that out, I do agree that it would be nicer on the hill if there was slightly less bulk and mass. And I do believe that the, relative dimensions that the Bergs mentioned and offered up there, I think would go, a long way or 100% of the way towards addressing that issue on what's a lovely looking modern project.
But Mark, you would like to see it again in some form, either through individual consultation or through ADR again. But so would you be willing to look at a modification suggested with the owners?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think there is a point to be made here also that the neighbors seem to be very comfortable with the bulk and mass, which is good. That's a really good sign, by the way. I think that's something to point out that that has not been consistent even this evening in the other projects we've seen.
Yeah,
so,
for what it's worth.
Yeah, I'd be happy to see some options, possibly multiple options. If you guys want to present those, Stephen and I could do that offline. Laura, Mark can jump in, whatever you guys are comfortable with. we've done that in the past.
Yeah,
So
I do think that, oh,
That's great. Why don't the Bergs and Sean get together and have some discussions and then send stuff to, Stephen and Mark and sort of coordinate that offline so that then you can have in a timely fashion, because I know that's important to you, then move forward to the town council, for their next meeting.
should we not all be copied on that?
Oh, sorry. That's fine. You can just copy all of us. I guess it had seemed that Laura, that you and I were happier with it anyway. And so if it satisfied those two, it would satisfy us. But for sure, we can be copied as well.
That sounds good. Yeah, I appreciate that. And we'll copy the whole design review group on it.
Okay. Sorry for the unusual end to this, Rebecca.
Not unusual at all. I'm fully on board.
Okay, well, thank you for your time and thoughts. And we are now going to move on to the next item, and we'll be hearing from you hopefully relatively shortly.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, now on to 3 Skyland. Would the town like to, or actually, I guess because it's conceptual, the town probably has nothing to present. And the Ensleys can give or their design team could give a quick presentation.
That is correct. And I believe it is Historical Concepts doing the presentation on this one.
Yep. And hi there, I'm Stephen Ensley, and this is my wife, Hannah. Just wanted to quickly introduce ourselves and turn it over to Historical Concepts for the presentation. Just to say hello, we've obviously never been in front of this board before, so wanted to introduce ourselves. We've been in the Bay Area for about 20 years, and we currently live in Mill Valley, where we've lived for the last 7 years. We bought this property last June, and we've really excited to be here today to start this conversation about redeveloping it and hopefully building a forever home for us as we raise our family, and really looking forward to moving to Ross and making it our home. So great to meet you all, and looking forward to the presentation, and happy to answer any questions from our perspective, but I think Historical Concepts will do most of the talking.
Thank you.
Just to introduce ourselves, my name is Andrew Kogar. I'm the president of Historical Concepts, and this is David Van Groningen, project architect for Historical Concepts. Just in general, our approach, we're out of Atlanta and New York, but both myself and David have family very close to the area in Green Bay and in San Francisco. So we're familiar with the area and really excited to be working in this community. As a firm, we take an approach that is based on local precedent and historical context. So a lot of what we heard tonight is near and dear to us in terms of being appropriate to the land as well as to the history of the site and being contextual with the neighborhood. So hopefully you'll see that in the presentation Dave's about to give to you.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to try to share screen. I hope everyone can see PDF here. That's showing for everybody. All right, great. Real quick, the existing site is at 3 Skyland Way. Skyland Way is kind of planned northwest corner here. I'm going to try to minimize participants here. There's also an access easement along the east side towards Laurel Grove. And I think we just heard from one of the applicants kind of in the planned southeast corner here earlier this evening. There is an existing house, pool, and pool cabana. And the project that we have talked about with Hannah and Stephen is proposing to demolish the existing structures and propose a new construction for a new residence with detached guest house and a secondary garage in the back, which I'll show you in a second. So that's the existing site aerial. There's the site survey, and I'll pull the SketchUp model to show massing in a moment. This is kind of our setback diagram showing existing conditions. The access easements are in green. So there's also an access and vehicular circulation easement on the north edge of the property between the two adjacent parcels there. So that's existing conditions. We have really brief diagrams that won't get into the existing house since we're proposing to tear it down. I think the big things then in terms of context are these are the photos of the existing house from Skyland Way here through the entry gate. You can see the house back here. It's currently 3 stories, and I think it's roughly about 38 feet above grade. So it's a large structure. Hannah and Stephen did the due diligence at the beginning to get a historical report on the structure. There's really no historical significance. So That will come through later, I think, in the official submittals, but that was taken into consideration for our proposal in terms of how do we deal with, do we renovate this house, which is quite large, I think it's about 14,000 square feet right now, which is a lot. And there's a lot of existing conditions that make that really tough in terms of light into interior spaces, materials, structural stability, things like that. So, but for context, we had some of those photos in case we need them.
And just backing up just real quick, I think one of the key notes is that while the house is existing, the lot had been subdivided several times over the years. And you can kind of see from the front and back, the way that the lot has been reoriented, the original front of the house has become the side of the house, and it's very truncated. And the facades to the actual now front and rear are somewhat blank, and it's a very thick, large mass. So while at one time the house may have related to the property when it was larger, it really has lost that contextual response to the property and the approach. And with some series of later, very insensitive, historically insensitive additions, it's lost any kind of character that it may have had. So we didn't take that lightly, but it really, the relevance of the house to the site is mostly lost at this point.
Correct. So I'm kind of jumping ahead then in terms of our proposed, I'm going to skip to some photos real quick. As a part of Andrew said, our process is to look at local context. So we kind of dug a little bit into the history of Ross, given that we're new there. So really kind of enjoyed learning a little bit about, the early stages of Captain Cooper and then James Ross and kind of their backgrounds coming from Boston and Scotland, which really resonated with us and with Hannah and Stephen in terms of some of their initial inspiration imagery, which was tied more towards some shingle style architecture, some of which was kind of rooted in the Northeast, and then some kind of simplified details coming from overseas in Scotland and England. So that eventually will hopefully start to come through, but these are some of the local projects that we pulled from and kind of looked at and thought, they start to represent material palettes, kind of general massing or unbundling of massing that we think could be appropriate. So
and dealing with the second floors kind of in the roof lines and really trying to understand the impact of the roof line and the interplay of those second floor windows with the roof line, and trying to make sure that we are being sensitive to the overall height restrictions and some of the similar comments that have been coming forth about eave projections and things of that nature.
Yep. So with that context, our proposed site plan, probably a little out of sequence of the PDF here, is to have kind of pull the main house back similar to the location of the existing house, except for carving out some of the massing, but really breaking down kind of the approach from the street and making that scale feel a little bit smaller by pulling out the garage towards the front, really addressing kind of the axes from the driveway, putting kind of a small guest house that forms kind of a little gate to the auto court from the primary road here with Skyland Way. And that also kind of helps us create a series of outdoor rooms for the Ensleys. I think two of the key goals that we had and kind of talking to them was, one, the program of their family and their young kids, and then growing into the home and then letting that evolve with them as the family grows and matures. But then also wanted to break down the scale so the house doesn't become unmanageable, so that they can live with it at different stages, entertain with family and friends, but not always feel like they're in a big house. And then the third piece was also site accessibility. I think that Steve and Hannah have family members that have mobility challenges. So working with a site that is kind of on the high side, on the south side, and then slopes towards the north, a good bit of cross slope that's kind of flat in the middle, but steep on the edges. It was important for us to kind of work with the massing of the program to hopefully stitch together and connect all the outdoor spaces as well as the indoor spaces, so that both their family and their friends can utilize every bit of the site at all different times of year, whether it's indoor or outdoor. So
I think the key part too, the unbundling really lent itself to the lifestyle and to the aesthetic, but it also, as you'll see, let us really work with the hillside and step the house down with the slope of the hillside and really take advantage of the existing grade. So we're not having to put the house on a pedestal at any one point. We're allowing the house to respond to the natural topography.
Yep. So kind of front bird's eye view.
Sorry, can you go back to the site plan for a second?
Yep.
So, and it's a little hard to tell because I know it's a larger lot.
Mhm.
As far as this proposed main house, is any of it in the setback?
No, we've put everything within the allowable buildable areas relative to the setbacks. The garage in the back is in that buffer for the allowance of the garage to encroach within the typical rear yard setback, but still within the allowable reduction there. But everything else is within setbacks.
Okay, and so the same with the pool, that's far enough, that's not a setback either. Okay, great, because that's something that, especially on new construction,
I
on a
think though-
relatively regular shaped lot, it's something the town really wants to have as little nonconformity as possible.
I think I would pay attention though to the seating area at the pool and the sport court and the other things like that, that I think are also subject to the setback, right, Mark?
Okay,
Yes,
that's a great note. Thank you.
such as G, and yeah, the one side of the pool there.
Yeah, all that stuff that is like occupiable terraces and hangout space. Other than paths are excused up to 4 feet in width. But anything that's meant to gather and do stuff, other than 10 vegetable gardens, I guess, and other planted areas. But any patios and decks are supposed to respect the same setbacks as the structure.
Okay.
And the bike barn, and I'm not quite sure, that seems like a weird bike storage area. Being a cyclist myself, it's weird to have to ride by the pool and through the house to get to your bike storage area.
Yeah, and it's more kind of, for us, it's internal naming just for a story for the property to kind of show it's a garage, but we do have that access easement back here with the kind of alleyway, if you will, that went.
Okay, so then it might be excused because of that. Okay.
And there's an existing drive and gate there that we were utilizing for that location.
Got it. Okay, makes more sense.
I don't think of anything else in sight. I think the one thing that we'd want to kind of, I think we know we need to address is the existing house, the FAR, and that came up, I think, earlier tonight. The existing structure is approximated, and we have to fine tune these numbers, about 13,789 square feet, which is well over the allowable 20%, which would be 8,700. Our current proposed is roughly 9,600 square feet. So we would be going in for the nonconformity permit, recognizing that we're over what is the allowable, but 30% reduced from the existing conditions, and understand that there may be context and precedent for that calculation and that process.
I think that's totally okay as long as it doesn't exacerbate a nonconformity and create some particular weirdness amongst property relationships.
Yeah, we right now, with that 4,100 square foot reduction, we're reducing the nonconformance a good bit.
Understand.
Right.
You wouldn't want to put any of it in a spot that is non-conformant relative to setbacks in a way that was noxious.
Okay.
You could also just take that guest house, make it an ADU, and you're down to the almost precisely the allowable.
Correct.
If that's 800 square feet, I actually don't know how big it is.
And declaring that guest house an ADU is very helpful to the town, which needs to increase the housing stock. And it doesn't mean that you need to rent it out ever. It's just considered an ADU, and the town gets credit for having one more living area, and the town by law needs to create more. So the town is always happy and helpful when you do that.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Agreed. I'm going to quickly, I'm maybe sensitive to time, but also want to kind of show our intentions and show the thought. I'm going to jump to a SketchUp model, which is crude and kind of, just showing massing at this stage. But for context, this is the rough massing of the existing structure and where it's placed on the site. This is kind of the south edge of the property that's on the high side. This is the north edge, which is on the low side. So it kind of flattens out in the middle.
Where the formal entrance was there on the left.
Correct.
Which is no longer really addressing the property.
Yep. And so for context and what we're proposing, and I'll show the overlay. You can see where we're really starting to carve out the high part of the masses, and I've got to fine tune our roof heights, but we would be we'll make sure we're under the allowable height of 30 feet relative to existing grade or low grade. So we're working to kind of step down the massing in those areas. And that is, I think, one of the key points is, even though we're kind of long and broad across this face, we've tried to set it up where kind of key windows and key parts of the massing face kind of the enlarged access easement. And then we break down with kind of an open air connector, and we'd have to work with Janelle Hobart, who's going to be the landscape architect on the project, to make sure we get appropriate screening here. So we are being sensitive to the neighbors to the north.
If you look at the overlay again, you can see that we're really, both from the front and rear and sides, really significantly reducing the impact of that massing on the property and to the site.
One of the things, if I could jump in, is as you guys progress, one of the things I think would be great for us to do overall for a lot of these projects is just to block out the neighbors' buildings and structures.
Okay.
Whether in this particular instance, I'd say where you're already in a SketchUp model, just block them out so that context, we understand, where you're placing your masses in relationship to the neighbors' buildings. We don't see that a lot. We see like a small little outline of the neighbors' buildings, which I think indicates that people don't want to really show us where the neighbors' buildings are. But it always is very helpful if you're taking that into consideration with your design.
Well, we absolutely are. So that would definitely help us make that point, because both
Yeah,
on
it
the
just
low
helps.
side and the high side, we're actually kind of situating the house where the open auto court is more aligned with the neighbor uphill, and then the open play lawn is aligned with the other neighbor up the hill. And the Ensley's house kind of straddles the middle, and then down to the low side, the same thing. So I think that would really help our case. So it's a very good point.
The only massing issue I see that might be a concern, and I don't know where the neighbors' houses are relative to this, is if you follow the garage and the covered walkway, and then that next wing of the house that's in line with it, closest to the sports court or just uphill from the sports court on there, that looks like it's large if you're looking uphill to it, but it's quite possible that because of planting or some other topographical feature that I'm not aware of, that it's not large. Here, it just looks like a 2-story wall, which I'm sure it's not, but that's what it looks like here. And if you're looking uphill at that, that might seem very large, depending on what's just below it.
So that's a really good point, but that's kind of where we are taking advantage of that easement, because it pushes the neighbors' houses are kind of pushed off to the right and left of kind of that wedge. And so they really are more aligned with the pool and the open breezeway than they are that mass.
Okay,
but
great.
Once we illustrate the other buildings and then we also articulate the fenestration on this building, which will really soften that elevation up. I think that will become more evident, but that is a valid concern, and we'll make sure to address that.
Okay.
Related, I think one of the questions and one of the things we wanted to bring up from a massing standpoint too is we understand that there's a limitation to 2 stories. And so what we've done is we've unbundled the house to be 2 stories here, step down to what is 2 stories because of the basement here. It's all connected. We do have internal stairs and an elevator that connect all those levels because of the accessibility concerns that we talked about it, or we kind of mentioned at the beginning, but we don't have any occupiable space that stacks between those 3 floors.
I think that's the intent, because from the spirit of the wording, it seems to us that as long as those 3 stories don't stack, so it responds to the topography is the spirit of that. Do you know what I mean? So I think that stacking space is kind of the way that shakes out. That's right.
Well, and Stephen's, first of all, correct. But secondly, it's a 3-story house that's there now. So you're actually taking away a 3-story house. And even if by some weird technicality, a small portion of this counted as 3 stories, I don't think the town would care.
There's also the definition of basement is clear in the code. And if it's a basement, then it's not a story at all.
Okay, I might have misread that. So glad you mentioned that. Thank you.
It has to do with the circumference of that level, I believe, right, Rebecca?
Pardon me?
It's 25% of it has to be over the sort of perimeter of the basement. I will send it to you guys so you can have it right now, that definition.
That'd be great, but I think that hearing that you understand the intent of what we're trying to do, and that we're trying to be as literal to what we read as possible, I think we'll be able to meet what the Enzos are looking for and meet what the town is requiring. I mean, this is an area where we're not trying to take advantage. We were just minimizing it to meet the needs of the family.
Yeah, and I have a 2-story house with a basement underneath it that's relatively new construction, so it must be fine as long as you're.
If it's defined as a basement, it's supportable by code.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So it's not just if it stacks. I should have been a little more clear. I think if it's defined as a story, and that has to do with the circumference related to grade and stuff like that. If it's a story, then there can't be 3 of them. But if it's basement, it can stack on top of 2 other stories.
Okay.
And definitely what we have, so that's good.
Can you guys go back to the renderings, the sort of pencil drawing look of the, yeah.
I'll start at the front and then we can kind of work around. So
Yeah, just showing sort of one or two of them. Is the intention to have the details, the style be consistent throughout the entire development?
it is. We might mix some materials where telling a story that the house evolved or grew with the family over time. We haven't gotten into real detail, but whether or not there's maybe some stone on the garage or brick and then it's shingle, but definitely a very cohesive palette filled with natural materials and materials that you consistently see kind of in Ross and the surrounding area, primarily probably in the late 1800s, early 1900s. So
And part of that narrative, I think, as we look at the breezeway and the steps that would happen and kind of what you all are reading is that two-story mass. The lower level would likely be stone, with the upper level being wood shingle and siding. And that I think would help break up that wall effect that you were concerned about. And also because we're looking at some gardens and aspects there, we could also soften up those stone walls with ivy and espalier, and that's been something that clients have been really interested in. And then on the front, you see off the auto court where we're setting the dormers into the eave line there and creating kind of that gable over the front door. That's taken from that imagery that we saw in Ross and really trying to kind of channel a softer elevation mixed with shingles and wood at that point, wood siding.
What are you thinking of for roof?
we've talked about cedar shingles. Obviously, we know have to get into the fire rating and the protective requirements there, but
there is a product that it looks like cedar shingle that is actually not a wood product. It is a fire retardant product. That's one option that we've been looking at.
Okay, so this, looks very nice. Did you have specific questions for us, or do you just want us to, go around the circle and comment in general what our thoughts are on the proposal?
I think the two key things we wanted to bring up were the connection of the stairs and that story interpretation, which you've kind of addressed, and then the FAR question and just making sure we're understanding how to pursue that correctly. Those are the two specific questions. Otherwise, it was primarily trying to seek general design feedback, see if this was going to be consistent with kind of your goals and objectives for the community, since we're new there. So,
okay, I'll go first. It seems like a great project. As several people pointed out, just try not to ask for variances. It's great that you're making things relatively more conforming. The materials and the story you've talked about all seem great to me. Who'd like to go next?
I will. I think it's a beautiful project, and it actually is a much better massing than what exists there now, the way you've kind of pulled apart a huge mass, but that you're still staying within, you're out of the setbacks, etc. I think we discussed it in an earlier project tonight that the assumed granting of whatever FAR you had in an old house, it actually is discretionary. It's not automatic, but it's based on kind of a design excellence and the design fitting in with the neighborhood and looking appropriate on the site and being in scale. And this is that in spades. And I compliment you on it also, that you're reducing the square footage. I think you can go even a step further by taking that guest house and making it an ADU, which will make the town very happy. But otherwise, I think it's lovely. I would just try to ask for no variances. So there you have it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can concur. No other comments.
Yeah, I agree with all of their comments. I like the U-shaped floor plan. I think it's a great project, and the massing is much better. Thanks.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Stephen, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I agree. It looks really terrific. I would be careful about those areas of congregation in the setbacks because they would require a variance. And sport courts included, I believe. So I would check with Rebecca on that. So I get nervous about asking for a variance for the sport court in that finger of land, even though it's a terrific use for it. And then I know that there's grade to be managed, and it looks like you're doing a great job managing that grade. And so making it look natural. And I think you're doing a good job of that. So I would just be careful of setbacks and make it look like it fits into the topography as well as to the historical kind of history of the area, which, but it looks lovely.
Thank you.
Great.
That
Well,
is something that we've been working closely with the Ensleys and the landscape architect on, is to those transitions to not only make it feel natural, but also to try and mitigate it so it's 30 inches or less, just and also working with ramps throughout the property for that accessibility aspect. So I feel confident that as the design matures, we'll be able to address that, but that's a very good point.
I also, sorry, one more thing on the setbacks. I don't understand where in the code it would allow for the bike barn to be located within setbacks, but maybe we can learn something from Rebecca later on that.
Yeah. I think we had it buried in the back. There's another thing about the garage, but we can get into that later. We don't need to take everyone else's time for that tonight, so.
Well, we'll follow up with our code reference with Rebecca and compare notes.
That sounds great.
Great. Well, thank you. And we look forward to seeing the project come through for real.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
guys.
Thank you for your time and your input.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will move on to 10 Southwood.
All right. Hello. Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for sticking it out. 9:53. I hope I'll be brief. My name is Julie Johnson, and I have had initial conversations with the client at 10 Southwood regarding some potential options for relocation of their existing carport. 10 Southwood is currently being remodeled by Christina Riccio. It's 0.32 acres, 2,341 square feet on a 14,080 square foot lot. Actually, why don't I share screen here? How do I do that? There we go. Okay, perfect. So yeah, so really today is just to get some initial feedback on whether or not it would be a non-starter, frankly, to relocate the carport. So this is the site plan of the home. This is an existing cottage. The carport is actually this rectilinear structure right here, and it kind of bisects the yard in a sort of bizarre way. It's probably from the 60s or even late 50s and falling down. And essentially what we would like to do is to move the drive aisle, which is currently on the east side of the property, and we'd like to locate it to the west side of the property, kind of where I'm clicking on this hatch region. The existing driveway is just about 9 feet from the property line. It's quite close. Just to give you an idea of what that looks like in real life, this is the picture of the front facade. So there's kind of a hedge here and then a gravel driveway that gets them back to the carport. And what we would propose to do is actually move that to the west. The client has had conversations with this neighbor at 12 Southwood Avenue, and they have been very friendly and supportive of the idea. And so we would work closely to make sure any modification that we make would be you know, with their approval and before we would come back to you. But, you know, just generally speaking, I don't like to get too far down projects if I'm just in a non-starter kind of situation. The existing carport is in the setback. The proposed carport is also in the setback. You know, if there's a finding, it would be that the existing driveway is very narrow. It's hard to see from this map, but there's actually all of the PG&E meters kind of exist where my little cursor is here. So in some areas along this drive aisle, it's even worse than the 9'2". There's a large oak tree shown here in yellow that we would keep and work around. So that may mean that this is more of a meandering type driveway versus just a fixed straight driveway. So that's kind of item one. And then item two is there's an existing cottage in the rear and we would like to put a dormer on the cottage. So shown that in plan. Where is that? Here it is. My apologies. My cursor is drinking. Okay, there we go. So basically, this is the rear cottage on the property, and we want to put a dormer above the existing staircase, so we have a little bit more headroom and access to light. It faces northwest. This is the kind of the line of the creek right here. It's in a heavily wooded area. I don't think it's going to offend too many people. This is a really hard Google map to see, but let me see if I can spin it a little bit better. But this is the guest house where my cursor is. This is their home. This is 12 Southwood, and I believe this is 8 Southwood on the eastern lot there. So the dormer would be kind of right about here where my cursor is facing. You can see this little arc right here is kind of the bend of the creek. So it's doesn't seem to be too objectionable. It would be high, like a clerestory, above clerestory height. So it would not be hopefully too offensive. So anyway, that's really what I have.
Thank you, Julie.
Sure.
I'll chime in here. I'll have to recuse myself from this when it actually comes up for real because I just live over on Norwood. But I used to live on a similar shaped lot that had the driveway going by the house and a garage in the back. And it always seemed like a horrible design to me because you end up with a driveway that's 2.5 times longer than it needs to be. If the driveway was just where this number 4 proposed carport is, I think it's a much better usage of space because then you have more impervious surface and a shorter driveway, which I always think is better. To me, this seems fine because you're trading one thing that's built in the setback for another thing that's built in the setback, as long as the neighbors don't oppose it. If they did oppose it, it would be almost impossible to give a variance to. And I really could care less if there's a dormer on that cottage. So to me, it sounds like it's all very reasonable, but of course, I'd like everybody to share their opinions.
I have a question. What would the height of the new carport be in relation to the neighbor's windows, right? That's right there next to it.
Well, it's funny you asked. The one thing they did say is they wanted to see a green roof that was planted, and she had special plants that she wanted to see. So that is definitely, we would look closely at essentially that site section for their, the sill of their window coming from that room in terms of the view. So they were interested in something beautiful to look at. And so how we define that, I'm not sure, but we would obviously try to keep it as minimal and low as possible. The client actually was interested in even some kind of a trellis idea, like a non-hard architecture idea. Maybe we could kind of cover it creatively. I don't know if that's a possibility, but in a way I sort of liked that. It felt a little bit lighter to the overall aesthetic of the facade. And I mean, to me, I kind of thought that was an interesting idea.
So I'm sorry, to clarify, Julie, you said carport. I know there's a carport in the back. So this would not be enclosed. This would just be some sort of roof structure with supporting posts.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Okay. Because it's diagrammed here as a, a gable roof with a connection into the home.
Exactly.
As a traditional garage, but
Yeah,
it is not.
it would just be a roof with fork post. You got it.
Is that because it's their preference?
Their preference is some kind of trellis architecturally to keep it sort of like light and less heavy. But honestly, I think they're open to to either. So, you know, I wasn't sure if we would even be able to get to that conversation in this call. And I just didn't want to send them down a rabbit hole of architectural plans. If it was like, why are you here? You know, bad idea, sorry, kind of thing. So we can work with them to just make sure that the architecture is right, that it feels balanced, that it doesn't feel like too much mass kind of up on that southern edge of the property, or southern edge of the home rather. I do like the idea of it kind of stepping back a little bit. It feels a little bit more gracious and a little bit more nuanced.
And Julie, the intent is to remove the existing carport? Is that right?
It is, exactly. So we would basically just remove it entirely. Right now, it's a big concrete pad that's bisecting the two buildings.
It's very weird.
It is super weird.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I wonder, I'm just curious, I know we have requirements for covered parking, and I asked 3 or 4 planning directors ago that we need to clarify what's a carport. Is that really actually helping the town cover parking, right? Is that to disguise cars? So I kind of wonder what the intent is. If it's a trellis, to me, that means it's open to the sky in some way, shape, or form. Maybe there's, you know, some sort of vines growing on top of it, but does it actually serve a purpose for the resident to, you know, protect the car from the sun or the rain, or
And for the public.
And for the public.
Yeah.
And what is it? I'm struggling to find out what it actually does, other than bring the car kind of visible from the street. Not that I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the intent here, other than to get it out of the rear yard, which I applaud, but is it doing anything other than just?
I think I'd always rather see a true garage that somebody parks and hides their car in.
Agree.
So there's not cars in front of the house.
Yeah.
And I think that was the intent of the covered parking, was to get, so you don't have like cars on the lawn, basically.
I know, I've looked at the
It's kind of
code.
cars on the lawn, right? Like,
It just says covered, you know, and what that means.
right. No, and I know the code is, that's why I asked previous planning directors, like, we need to clarify this, because carports are not doing anything for us now. It's a false notion that it actually provides visual blocking. And I think, Joey, the other point is, a lot of people never park the cars in the garage, and they just
Exactly. So let's like get to, could we support this going forward? I'll go first. I definitely can support it, because you're shortening the driveway. You're moving that unsightly carport out of the backyard, even though it's a little more in the setback. It's more attractive. Hopefully they actually park their cars in the garage. I think I could support it.
Thank you.
I can go. You mentioned the oak tree there. I'm glad you mentioned that, because it does, I think that's something to maintain and think about, because that driveway would now could be a bit of a challenge to get in and out, like you're backing out at a curve around an oak tree, just something to consider. There's also some screening trees along that western edge. I don't know how far back they are in relationship to the proposed carport. They may be a little further back.
Yeah, it's a great question. So there's a Japanese maple right here where this kind of mark is. And there's kind of some shrubby stuff. I don't really, you know.
If you go back to your street view, I'm sorry, I'm not to be directive here, but if you go to the street view that you were looking at before and you pan one down, you can actually see the trees. You can see them there. Yeah, there they are.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Like 6 or 7, maybe 3 or 4 trees.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out how those would be related to this carport, because those provide a lot of visual blocking.
Screening. Yeah, they do.
So
I mean,
just think about, I would say, if this is only one car, is this for one car?
We would just be, providing really the minimum that the town would require.
Okay. Yeah, then you might be able to scooch in there with leaving those visual screens.
I think we can. I think that's kind of the idea. You see, there's kind of this like rock curvilinear line right now that translates to the site plan. So I do think there's a chance we can keep we can keep some of those. It's just going to really depend on where this gets located exactly and how we work around this oak tree, which are all things that we will consider. I do think some of the trees might have to go, some of the ones that are kind of closer to this sort of zone. But I think they're all like 6 inches in diameter or less, or, you know, they're not biggies, but they do provide screening.
But we can worry about that later when it comes back. I think maybe we should just give an overall impression if we think it's something we'd support or not, just to help out the applicant.
Sure.
Yeah, so to finish up, Mark, I wanted to just point those out because that may have a direct impact on how the neighbors feel about the proposal. But I could support it for the same reasons, Joey, pulling the driveway shorter, making it more actually usable. And it you know, I think I could support it in those regards. Obviously, there are a lot of details to work out, but I could support the idea of moving forward with an investigation on it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I could be in support of the project too, as it gets further developed. But I think probably very important just to be to work with the neighbor, since it is being placed so close to their house and by their windows. So just to have that be very influential in the design. Yeah.
Agreed.
Definitely. Stephen?
I think that I can support it because it's awkward and takes up kind of yard space that's visually it's detracting from the subject property and neighbor's property. I would encourage enclosed versus a carport because I think it's unattractive from the street otherwise. And I would encourage thinking about a slightly wider driveway. I think 12 feet is more comfortable to navigate, and a slightly wider garage too. On the dormer, did we comment on the dormer? Did anyone comment on the dormer?
I did.
No one else has yet. That's a good point, Stephen.
That's forgot about that.
I mean, I know it's really small, but it is a non-conforming structure and we're making it larger. And so we generally don't encourage that. So I don't know what to say about it. Also, it's so little. I feel like if it's going to happen, it should be bigger.
I had similar thoughts, Stephen, like that's a really small dormer. I could support it because the scale of it is so tiny. I think, what is it, 4 feet wide or something? Is it?
Yeah.
And it doesn't affect anybody, and I don't think anybody can really see it. So I think I could support it for those reasons.
Okay, great. Well,
well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And we'll obviously be back, and now we will have a project to design and think through all these thoughtful comments. But I just, you know, I hate to have clients spend fees for naught. So I always try to do this first. So I appreciate it.
that's a great attitude to have, Julie. Thank you for your time.
Super smart.
Your clients are lucky.
I wish other people would do that.
I know, it makes a big difference, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much. Have a
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, well, thank you, ADR members, for your long evening and great comments. You definitely made projects better tonight, all of you. So thank you. And it was very considerate. You guys spend so much time. So I know all these people really want to keep their stuff moving through the town.
Hey, Mark, I have one item that I wanted just to comment on.
Yeah.
It was and I think I can make this comment as a citizen, maybe, I'm not sure, but the enclosures for the toilets, the porta potties that are in the town, you've seen them. There are going to be some modifications. They didn't build them to the design that you guys saw. So I'll be working on those with the contractor in the town to make those work a little better.
The one I've seen it at both Phoenix Lake and by the.
Correct. So while yes, there's some improvements I'm going to make to actually cover the porta potty that they're supposed to cover. So there were design changes that were done outside of my purview. I just want to give a caveat, like, hey, I'm going to work on those. So tell other towns.
I still thought they were the nicest toilet enclosures I've ever seen. So
yeah, I agree with Joey.
We'll make
I
them a
can't
little
wait
better.
to
And
see
Joey,
once they're improved. Wow.
Joey, you wanted a comment about the stain. I know that I'd like to connect with you offline just to see what we should do as far as protecting the wood, staining them, et cetera, et cetera.
I was
So
going to
maybe
make a suggestion about that, Mark.
Yeah.
There's a chemical that's natural and not poisonous. That I don't know what it is, iron oxide or something like that. You mix it with water, you spray it on it, it grays out the cedar to make it look like it's weathered. It's really good looking. And you might have to experiment with it. And then it kind of, I think it kind of arrests development, you know, so that if you stain something, I know these aren't in the sun very much, these enclosures, but if you stain something, when the sun gets on it, it fades the stain, you got to redo it. This thing I think is like oxidizing steel where it kind of just then is done. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, please send me any ideas you have via email. I'd be very happy to hear those.
Cool, I'll send you the.
Yeah. I just want to let you know, like, I'm not happy with them because they eliminated some of the components of my design and I can improve them a little more.
Well,
and I'm embarrassed by them. So I wanted
oh gosh, they're way better than anything I've
Huge improvement already. All right. Thank you.
I have a question off the record, or is the meeting done?
Yeah, but we're still
but
recording.
it's still
so
being
why don't I
recorded.
adjourn it? We'll stop recording and then you can
Yeah.
ask.
Yes,
Okay,
It's not
I
like-
suggest we adjourn the meeting.
I'm going to stop
Second.
recording.